Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Deku was quirkless in a hero's world part 1. If you guys enjoy this what if and want to see part 2, comment down below and let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content and leave a like, and don't forget to subscribe to my channel and also share this video with your friends and check out the description in my playlist. The author of the story 𝗬𝗵𝗲 𝗵𝘃𝗲 from AO3. So let's start the video. Prologue. Chapter by 𝗬𝗵𝗲. Chapter text. The sun shone brightly over the city of Midoriya, casting short shadows on the pavement and giving a golden glow to the skyscrapers. The media was at its peak, live streaming an event that kept all citizens glued to their screens. On the streets, people stopped in front of the shops, staring at the televisions showing the imposing and familiar figure of All Might, the symbol of peace. Plus ultra. All Might exclaimed with his characteristic enthusiasm, raising a fist in the air. His smile, wide and confident, seemed to shine as bright as the sun itself. His words resonated in everyone's hearts, reminding them that no matter how dark the times, there would always be hope as long as the heroes were there to protect them. The camera moved, zooming closely into All Might's smiling face, before switching to images of the UA, the country's most prestigious hero academy. The facilities were resplendent with state-of-the-art technology, and students trained with dedication and fervor. The narrator talked about All Might's legacy and how the next generation of heroes was ready to follow in his footsteps. And here we have the future heroes who will carry the torch into a bright future, the narrator continued, while the camera focused on the Big Four, the 4 most promising students of the UA. Midoriya was in front, his face full of determination. Known for his quirk permeation, which allowed him to pass through any solid object, he was one of the Academy's most outstanding students. His positive attitude and unwavering desire to help others had made him a natural leader among his peers. Next to him was 𝗵𝘃𝗲, a bright and strong young woman, whose quirk, known as power, granted her exceptional strength, speed and endurance, similar to All Might's own. Despite the similarity to the peace symbol, 𝗵𝘃𝗲 had proven herself to be an elite heroine in training, overcoming challenges with determination and bravery. Her feats in combat and her imposing presence had already captured the attention of the public, who were beginning to see her as the legitimate successor of All Might. To 𝗵𝘃𝗲's right, 𝗧𝗫𝗪𝗧𝗔 smiled at the camera with infectious energy. Her quirk wave motion allowed her to generate powerful waves of energy, granting her great versatility in combat. She was known for her insatiable curiosity and willingness to ask questions of everyone she met, which could sometimes baffle those unaccustomed to her outgoing nature. But behind her sweetness was a determined and fierce heroine. Finally, closing the group was 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗲, who was looking down, avoiding eye contact with the camera. His quirk manifest allowed him to manifest the physical characteristics of anything he ate, making him an incredibly adaptable and powerful combatant. Although his introverted personality made him seem less approachable than his peers, those who knew him knew that his dedication and skill were second to none. The narrator enthusiastically continued, "These 4 students have proven exceptional in both skills and character, and there is no doubt that they are destined to become renowned heroes. The future is in good hands." 000. All Might was still on the screen, raising his fist and exclaiming energetically, "Plus ultra." His beaming smile was a symbol of hope for everyone around me. People stopped, staring at the store screens with admiration and confidence. For them, as long as All Might was present, the world would be safe. Always smiling, no matter the adversities. I watched as the images changed to show the next generation of heroes in the UA. The narrator enthusiastically introduced the Big Four: Midoriya Izuku, 𝗵𝘃𝗲𝗃, 𝗧𝗫𝗪𝗪𝗧𝗔, and 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗲𝗪𝗃𝗲. Each of them possessed what I had deeply craved as a child: a powerful quirk and the opportunity to be a recognized hero like All Might. In a world where most are born with special abilities known as quirks, there are always exceptions. I discovered this the hard way at the tender age of 4, when the doctor diagnosed me as quirkless. Without extraordinary abilities or a spark of power to make me stand out, I became a living reminder that we don't all fit the mold set by society. An unjust society, where a person's worth is measured by the strength of their quirk. From that day on, I understood that my life would not be easy. It wasn't just the absence of a special ability that made me different, it was the way society viewed me, as if I was less than everyone else, as if my existence was meaningless without a power I could exhibit. While other children dreamed of becoming heroes and flying through the skies, I found myself dreaming of something much simpler, being accepted for who I am, not for what I could do. But in a world obsessed with strength and glory, being quirkless was almost a sentence of invisibility. It didn't matter how hard I worked, how smart I was, or how noble my heart was. For most, it would always be a zero to the left. Over the years, I witnessed people around me develop their quirks, how they blossom into their abilities while I remained stagnant, trapped in an ordinary body. School became a battlefield where mockery and contempt were my constant companion. And while I tried to hold my head high, the reality was that I felt like a shadow in a world of bright lights. I think I was too naive to realize that school never did anything to protect me from others. The professors and administrators seemed to be more interested in students with powerful quirks, those who could become the next great heroes, than in protecting someone like me. The rules seemed to be different for those who had talent. Their bullying was excused as games or training, while my complaints were ignored or minimized. Katsuki, with his explosive quirk and abrasive personality, became the leader of those who saw me as an easy target. Every day at school was a new torture, a new way he found to demonstrate his superiority. Their explosions not only burned my skin, but also slowly consumed my spirit. But worst of all was the silence of the others, those who looked away, who laughed nervously, or who simply did not care. This society is full of false heroes, he used to say in a grave tone, heroes who only seek fame, money, and recognition. They put on their capes not out of a genuine desire to help, but out of a need to be admired, to be seen as superior. And in their quest for glory, they forget the most important thing: the people. True heroes protect, care for, and fight for others, regardless of the rewards. Remembering those words made me feel a mixture of frustration and sadness. I realized that, in many ways, my school was a reflection of that same society that my teacher despised. Students with powerful quirks were treated as future heroes, while those who didn't fit that vision were ignored, marginalized, or, in my case, attacked. Like that guy, with his need to prove his superiority, was the embodiment of what my teacher described. He saw himself as a future hero, someone destined to be admired and feared. But, in his quest for power and recognition, what differentiated him from those false heroes who only sought glory? Have you ever thought about what it really meant to be a hero? I soon calmed down, remembering what he had always promised me, not to let resentment consume me. Although the pain and frustration were present, I knew that letting myself be carried away by those feelings would not make me a better person, let alone a hero. A hero, as my teacher had taught me, had to remain calm, act justly, and, above all, not be carried away by hatred or the desire for revenge. I took a deep breath, trying to dispel the resentment that had built up in my chest. I didn't want to be like those who had hurt me. I didn't want their cruelty to define who I was. He knew that true strength did not lie in the ability to cause harm, but in the ability to endure it without losing one's essence. That's not how a hero behaves, I said to myself, repeating those words like a mantra, a constant reminder of the person I aspired to be. As I walked to my shelter, the city lights began to go out, one by one, plunging the streets into a silent gloom. That darkness, far from being terrifying, offered me a strange sense of security, a cloak that hid my insecurities and allowed me to walk without being seen, without being judged. In the dim light, I felt freer, if only for a moment. The sun was just beginning to rise on the horizon, its faint rays filtering through the curtains of this small window. The dim light lit up the room softly, reminding me that another day had begun. Early in the morning, as it should always be. I must prepare breakfast at this time. Although my kitchen is modest, with only a stove, a refrigerator, and a few dishes and cutlery, it is more than enough. I open the refrigerator and take out the ingredients: eggs, bread, and a little milk. It's not much, but it's enough for the two of us. I put the pan on the stove and turn it on, concentrating on the task of preparing the toast and eggs. The sound of food cooking and the aroma beginning to fill in the small room offer me a strange comfort. Here, in this small home, I can at least offer Eri some normalcy. As I cook, I look across the room, toward the small bed where Eri still sleeps. Her serene face, her calm breathing, remind me why I do all this. I can't let the past catch up with her. I can't let the darkness of my life touch theirs. She deserves better, something more than the life I've ever had. Breakfast is ready. I place the toast and eggs on 2 plates and pour some milk into 2 glasses. Walking to Eri's bed and waking her up has become a routine that, surprisingly, doesn't bother me. He called out to her softly, trying not to scare her. "Eri, it's time to get up." She moves slowly, opening her eyes with a sleepy blink before looking at me with a small smile. "Good morning, Annie," she says in a soft voice. "Good morning," I respond as I offer my hand to help her up. Breakfast is ready. She sits at the table while I place the plate in front of her. We sat quietly enjoying the food. To anyone who saw us from the outside, we would look like just an older brother taking care of his little sister. No one would suspect the truth behind these walls. No one would know where we came from or what we have been through. And I prefer it to remain that way. After eating, the routine continues. Helping Eri get ready for school has become a ritual. I fix her hair and check her backpack to make sure she has everything she needs: books, notebooks, pencils, and her lunch, something I carefully prepare every morning. "Ready for school?" I ask as I finish adjusting her hair. She nods with a determined expression, though I can see that little glimmer of nervousness in her eyes. He's still a little afraid to go out, but I've done everything I can to give him the strength he needs. "Remember, if something happens, you call me," I say as I hand her backpack. "I won't hesitate to come for you, okay?" "Yes, I promise," she replies with the same courage she shows me every day. I kneel at her level and give her a firm but affectionate look. Then, I hug her briefly, letting her feel my support before letting her go. I hold her hand tightly as we leave the house. Eri isn't ready to walk to school alone yet, so I always go with her. We walked through quiet streets, avoiding crowded areas. Safety is our priority. Eri clings to my hand as we move forward. Her steps become more confident as we get closer to school, but I can still feel the slight tremor in her grip. When I arrive, I lean over and look into her eyes. "I'll pick you up in the afternoon, okay?" I say with a calm smile. "Yes, I'll be waiting," and she replies, letting go of my hand with one last squeeze before entering the school building. I see her come and go through the crowd of children. Only when I'm sure she's entered the school do I turn around and start walking back. As I walk through the quiet streets, my thoughts turn to our situation. The money, or rather, the lack of it, the money I have is barely enough for this week. There are not many options for someone like me. I can't ask the government for help. They are hypocrites, concerned about their image more than helping people like us. Nor can I go to those pathetic heroes, who only care about how they look publicly. The only thing it would achieve would be to draw attention to Eri and me. They would separate us in an instant, claiming that we are not fit to take care of ourselves because we are orphans. Besides, I can't even look for a normal job. I am a minor, no employer would agree to just hire a teenager. But that hasn't been a problem for me so far. I managed to survive on my own, thanks to all that hell he called training. He taught me to live on the margins, to take advantage of the shadows, to do what was necessary not to be caught. Survival was a dirty game, and I mastered it because I had no choice. However, Eri, she's different. She cannot be alone. I don't want her to live like I did, constantly looking over her shoulder, without a moment of peace. I need to find a way to keep her safe, to give her something that resembles a normal life. And if that means I have to go back to the night as a watchman, then I will. I don't like to do it. I hate to go out into the dark, damp streets to confront the thugs and criminals hiding there. Not because he is afraid, but because there is always another enemy lurking. Those heroes who patrol the city, pretending to be justice. Escaping them is almost worse than facing criminals. I always have to be fast, be one step ahead. I could easily take care of them if I wanted to, I know. My training makes me more than capable of standing up to any of those false heroes, and yet I choose not to. That path is one I'll never take. No matter how much I despise them, I will not become what I detest. I will not be a murderer. I will not give them the satisfaction of proving that I am a monster. I will not give you an excuse to separate from 𝗧𝗍𝗍, to take her away from me and lead us to a fate worse than anything we have ever faced. I hope this is enough to keep us going a little longer, to ensure that 𝗧𝗍𝗍 doesn't have to go hungry or afraid. 𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧. The screen flickered, illuminating the room with the vibrant light of the morning news. The presenter's face, impeccable and full of seriousness, appeared as the daily segment on the current situation of the Society of Heroes began. Good morning. In today's news, a new debate has emerged on the internet, pitting the legitimacy of heroes against the threat of vigilantes, he announced in a solemn tone. Beside him, the image of a hero in action was replaced by a dark, diffuse and hooded figure, like a shadow moving across the rooftops of the city. These individuals, called vigilantes, although they do not carry licenses, have taken justice into their own hands. The screen showed short, messy clips of alleged vigilantes in action. People who moved in the night, confronting criminals quickly and lethally. Covered faces, improvised costumes. Each with abilities that ranged from simple to terrifying. The proliferation of vigilantes has been a matter of growing concern. These people, lacking licenses and control, pose a threat not only to civilians but also to the very structure of public order. The presenter continued, as the images continued to change, the use of quirks without supervision, without proper authorization, is illegal and endangers innocent citizens. One analyst appeared on the screen, gesturing vehemently as he debated the nature of these individuals. The vigilantes are, in many ways, just as dangerous as the villains themselves, he firmly stated. They are not subject to the same rules and regulations as professional heroes. They don't have a code of conduct or responsibility to others. They act under their own agendas, and their actions, such as murder or theft, are outside the control and supervision of the hero system. The presenter nodded as the analyst spoke. That's right, she said. The authorities have reiterated that although these individuals may appear to be doing the work of heroes, they should not be confused with real professional heroes. Vigilantes operate outside the law, and their actions often carry dangerous consequences for the community. The picture changed again, showing several prominent heroes offering statements to the press. We cannot allow unlicensed people to take the law into their own hands, declared one of the heroes, in his impeccable uniform and an authoritarian tone of voice. Our job is to protect people, and that includes protecting them from those who believe they can act outside the system. Another hero, with a sterner expression, added, the vigilantes only aggravate the situation. Their existence is a direct offense to the hard work of licensed heroes, and any act of vigilante will be treated for what it is, criminal activity. The newscast continued its flow, showing statistics on incidents involving vigilantes, highlighting the times they had interfered in heroic operations, the times when their actions had caused more damage than they were intended to prevent. The numbers were shown as irrefutable evidence of the danger represented by these vigilantes. Of course, the presenter concluded, police and hero agencies continue to work tirelessly to identify and apprehend these individuals. Citizens must remember that only licensed heroes have the right and proper training to use their quirks in law enforcement. As the news moved on to other topics, the narrative became clear. The vigilantes were seen as a threat, a dangerous shadow in a society that preferred the clarity of regulated authority. In a world where heroes were the image of order and hope, those who operated outside the law, in the shadows, could only be considered as masked villains. 000. The night was at its peak, and the apartment was plunged into a deep silence. I approached 𝗧𝗍𝗍's room with stealthy steps, watching for any signs that I might wake her up. The dim glow of the night lamp cast soft shadows on the wall, and the quiet rhythm of her breathing confirmed that she was still fast asleep. I watched her small, relaxed, carefree face for a few more moments, feeling a mixture of relief and determination. With one last look to make sure I was okay, I moved into the other room. Opening the door, the gloom of the room revealed what he had been secretly preparing for so long. I walked over to the table where my equipment rested, each piece carefully selected and modified for the needs of this life I had chosen. I took the swords first. I took the edge off them so they wouldn't be able to cut. They were impact instruments, designed to break bones and neutralize threats without crossing the irreversible line of death. Then I grabbed the metal muzzle. I had made it out of scrap metal, a product of my ingenuity and necessity. Not only would it hide my face, but it would also distort my voice, turning it into a cold, distant echo. I examined it under the dim light, checking the straps and adjustments, and set it aside for now. My next target was the armored vest. Made from materials he had gathered over the years, it was sturdy and lightweight, able to withstand slashes and conceal small sharp weapons. I made sure all the compartments were full: knives, bandages, tools. Everything I need to face any situation I might find myself in. The green hooded jacket hung in the corner of the room. It had been my symbol in another time, when hope impelled me to move forward. Now, it was my camouflage, a worn garment that allowed me to disappear into the darkness. I pulled out my safety goggles and iron-toed boots, essentials for nighttime raids, and slowly got dressed, feeling each piece transform me. I stood in front of the mirror, watching my reflection. He was no longer the same boy. Now, with the hood in place and the muzzle covering my face, I was a shadow, a watchman. The man looking out of the mirror was not the one who took care of Eri during the day, but a figure shrouded in mystery and determination. If I had a name, I'd be called Green. This was the name I had given myself, the name of a guardian in the gloom, a representation of the hope I once had, now transformed into the strength I needed to protect those I loved. With one last look at my reflection, I adjusted the hood and prepared to go outside. The night awaited me, and with it, the task of keeping the fragile balance of my and Eri's lives safe. I made my way to the door, opening it carefully and stepping into the dark mantle of the city, ready to face whatever the night brought. Once outside, I slipped through the alleys, always staying in the shadows and away from prying eyes. The cold of the night filtered through the jacket, but it was a cold to which I had already become accustomed. The darkest and most forgotten places in the city had become my domain, but tonight, it seemed that nothing relevant was crossing my path. The alleys were eerily quiet. Not even the usual thugs seemed to be around tonight. My senses were alert, looking for any signs of activity, but I couldn't be reckless. In my situation, getting into bigger trouble than I could handle was not only reckless, but suicidal. It was one thing to surprise some gang members and take away their loot. It is quite another to face a threat that could kill me. I remembered the last time I'd had to turn to thugs for some money. It had worked, yes, but the reward was meager, but I had been left with enough to survive for a few days, but not enough to secure the next month. And now, with Eri, the pressure was even greater. He could not continue to depend on luck or small street skirmishes. I needed a plan, something more consistent. My thoughts led me to reconsider the idea of robbing a store. A quick hit, enough to get some cash. But the last time I tried, everything went wrong. I was overconfident, mistimed the response time of the heroes and had barely managed to escape from them, which I detested. I couldn't afford to draw attention to myself again. Damn it. I sighed, pausing for a moment in a dark corner, gritting my teeth in frustration. Life was difficult for any teenager, but it was even harder for someone like me. I was 15 years old, without a family to support me, with a disability that the whole world considered a fundamental failure, such as not having a special gift, without the kind of power that 95% of the population had. The doors closed before I could even get close. As I made my way through the alleys, my thoughts circled around the same old frustrations. Trying to get a job was almost a joke. No one wanted to hire a 15-year-old boy with no experience, no confidence-inspiring track record. My situation only got more complicated with Eri in my charge. Feed it, take care of it, keep it safe. It was an enormous responsibility, a burden that I had not sought but that I had accepted the day I found it. That night that saved her from those thugs without hesitation, he had put them in place to protect her. And that night, when I had taken her with me, she had promised me that she would do whatever it took to make sure she was safe. Such a promise weighed more heavily than anything else in my life. Even if it meant continuing this precarious existence, continuing to survive in any way I could, I would. At least I can use this miserable life to give her a chance to have a happy life. Good night, everyone. A sudden noise pulled me out of my thoughts. It was loud, echoing through the silent streets. I looked around, alerted, until I identified the source of the sound, a huge screen mounted in a nearby building, one of those electronic advertisements that always showed news or propaganda of heroes. The glow lit up the alley where I stood, forcing me to squint. I took off my hood, muzzle, and goggles, quickly storing them in the inside pockets of my jacket. I didn't want to draw attention to myself, so I moved to the entrance of the alley and mingled with the few people who were still wandering the street at this hour. I looked up at the screen. Professional hero present Mike appeared in it, his signature voice echoing through the city. "Good evening, citizens. Tomorrow is the big day. The UA entrance exam. Yes, you heard that right, the most prestigious school of heroes in Japan, and even one of the most recognized in the world, opens its doors once again to welcome the future protectors of our society." The screen changed images, showing the different areas of the UA as President Mike continued his monologue full of enthusiasm. "It's not just about the Heroes Department. No, no, no. We also have the General Education Department, the Support Department, the Management Department. There's a place for all talent. But of course, the most coveted is the Heroes Department, where the bravest train to become the most prestigious future heroes of all." I looked at the ad, my hands clenching inside my jacket pockets. Entering the UA was the dream of many, a place where aspiring heroes went to be trained. And even for those who didn't have an outstanding gift, there were opportunities. But the Department of Heroes, that had always been the most coveted, the most difficult to achieve. I remembered the days when I had that hope too, when I thought I could be one of them. Someone who could protect others, someone who wouldn't stand by while evil lurked. Thinking about it now made me feel a mixture of bitterness and resignation. How naive I had been then, when everything seemed possible. Without knowing that a diagnosis was about to change everything. Quirkless, that word had fallen on me like a hammer, crushing all my illusions. Someone without a gift. A rarity in a world where 95% of the population possessed some form of power. At that moment, I had felt as if the ground was opening up beneath my feet, as if an impenetrable darkness enveloped me. The looks around me changed almost immediately. From being the child full of dreams and hopes, I became an outcast, someone whom society saw as a plague. My presence became uncomfortable, even for those who used to call themselves my friends. The world, which once seemed full of possibilities, now offered me only closed doors. And UA, the school he had once dreamed of entering, became a symbol of everything he despised. Because even though all might, the symbol of peace, had come out of their ranks, other people were coming out of there as well. Trash, hypocrites, those who only sought fame and glory while hiding behind the mask of being heroes. Many of them were nothing more than villains with good suits and impeccable smiles, tarnishing the meaning of what a hero was supposed to be. All because society needed to feel safe, it needed to have a figure to look to with hope, regardless of whether that figure was empty inside. And what about those who didn't have a gift? What about the ordinary people who risked their lives every day? The policemen who faced danger without powers, the firefighters who threw themselves into burning buildings without thinking of themselves, the soldiers who had fought and shed their blood for the country in wars that most preferred to forget. They were not called heroes. No, only those who bore the label of professional hero, those who made the population feel safe, were considered important. Society needed them to maintain an illusion of peace. The rest were simply shadows, disposable. That was the reality that the UA represented for me. It was not an institution that sought to create true heroes, but a showcase for society, a theater where heroes were selected more for their potential to maintain the facade than for their true desire to help. The memory of that night took hold of me, burning every corner of my mind with the same fury as it had then. Mom was in danger, trapped in a desperate situation. There were heroes present, figures that I had admired all my life, but they did nothing. They stood there, vigilant and motionless. Their impeccable suits and their cold looks as they talked to each other. "We can't intervene," that was what they said. "We must wait for a hero with a quirk better suited to this situation." Those words resounded like an empty echo, a death sentence pronounced with the cruelest indifference. That moment stretched out for an eternity as I looked around, looking for someone, anyone, to do something. But no one moved. No one lifted a finger to help her. The heroes, those beings who were supposed to protect us, were only concerned with following the rules, with not taking a risk that could jeopardize their reputation or their image. The scene unfolded like a slow-motion nightmare. The seconds seemed like hours, and each of them sealed my mother's fate. She died that night, right there, while the heroes waited. And when someone with a 𝗧𝗏𝗏 finally showed up, it was too late. The only thing that remained was tragedy and pain. My mother was gone, and with her, a part of me was broken forever. Bastards. That word kept repeating itself in my mind, over and over again. What good were those powers, those flashy outfits, those arrogant smiles, if they couldn't save a person when they needed it most? How could they call themselves heroes when they allowed a life to be extinguished in front of them, all for the sake of absurd protocol? From that day on, the image I had of the heroes changed forever. I no longer saw them as saviors, but as symbols of a broken and selfish system where appearances mattered more than human lives. They were heroes in name only, guardians of a facade that hid reality. The truth was that they were just as useless as the others. Because they had the power to change things, but they chose not to. I closed my eyes and shook my head, trying to push away the pain that the memory brought with it. I had promised not to let that anger control me, but sometimes, like now, it was hard. It's hard not to feel the hatred bubbling up inside me when I saw those heroes receive praise and glory while the system they protected left people like my mother to die in oblivion. The screen continued to glow with images of the UA, showing students smiling and full of hope. But all I saw were empty promises and a system that failed people when they needed it most. As the rest of the world marveled at the heroes that institution produced, I couldn't help but feel a deep contempt for what they really meant. The crowd continued to watch the announcement of the UA, oblivious to the pain that boiled inside me. They couldn't comprehend it. They would never understand what it was like to be on the other side, to be the one to whom the system turned its back, but I did know. And that is why he did not seek his approval or recognition. I didn't need to be called a hero. That word was rotten, devoid of meaning. It was just a title society gave to those who wore flashy outfits and followed the rules without question. The truth was that being a hero wasn't about recognition or fame, but about the decisions you made when no one else was willing to act. I had learned that the hard way. The grudge from that night had kept me alive until now, but I had to let it go. I couldn't let that hatred consume me completely, not when there was someone who needed me. I thought of 𝗧𝗍, of her fragile, small figure, of the way her eyes reflected fear and hope in equal parts. She depended on me. I was her only protector in a world that had been cruel to her from the beginning. I couldn't fail her. I couldn't let her grow into the same hatred and resentment that had been fed to me for so long. Then, I looked again at the UA advertisement. The bright lights and present mix enthusiastic words only made me feel repulsed. The thought of entering this school sickened me. Entering would mean joining the same system that had allowed my mother to die, for people like 𝗧𝗍 to be forgotten. But I also knew that UA offered more than just training for heroes. It offered an opportunity. A door that, even if stained, could lead to a better future for 𝗧𝗍 and me. The thought was bitter, but necessary. For someone like me, without a quirk, entering would be nearly impossible. However, impossibility had never been a barrier for me. I wasn't weak. I might not have a quirk, but I had spent years training, studying, preparing to survive in a world that saw me as waste. I had memorized tactics, learned to use my environment, and my intelligence had always been my greatest weapon. I knew that, at least on the written exam, I had a real chance. Then, I remembered my teacher's words. His voice echoed in my mind, an anchor that kept me grounded when doubts threatened to overwhelm me. He had said, "You are a hero." At that moment, those words were what gave me a glimmer of hope in the darkest moment of my life. 𝗧𝗍 had already been through many dark times in her life, which gave me the clarity I needed. I had to do it for her. I had to try, even if it meant swallowing my pride and my hatred. Because if getting into UA meant I could give 𝗧𝗍 a better life, then I had no other choice. UA represented everything I despised, but it could also be the key to 𝗧𝗍 having a future. And even though I hated the idea of being part of that group of heroes, I also knew that sometimes one had to walk down dark paths to find the light. I wasn't going to join them to be one of them. I wasn't going to blindly follow their rules or adopt their empty ideals. I was going for Eri, for her smile, for the hope of a tomorrow where she didn't have to fear. I looked out at the horizon, towards the direction of Yue, and I knew I had made a decision. Tomorrow I would go to the exam. I would present myself as one of them, but I wouldn't do it to become a hero like them. I would do it to protect the one I cared about most. Because that was what it meant to be a true hero, no matter how the world defined it. With a sigh, I put my hood, muzzle, and glasses back on. I had a lot to prepare for tomorrow. I knew the road wouldn't be easy, but it never had been. And if entering UA was what I had to do to give Eri the life I never had, then I would step into that darkness once again. Not for me, but for her. I turned, disappearing into the shadows of the alleys. Tomorrow would be a new day, one that would mark the beginning of a new path, no matter how twisted it was. I wake up before dawn to the sound of that alarm clock with a soft echo in the small room, but enough to break the fragile bubble of tranquility that the night offered. Once sitting in bed, I look out the window at the city that is just beginning to wake up. My eyes are a little tired, but my mind is a whirlwind of thoughts. Today is the entrance exam for UA, the school that represents everything I hate, but it is also my chance to give Eri a better life. Quietly, I get up and head to the bathroom to freshen up. I find my own reflection in the mirror, a young face, hardened by circumstances, with eyes that have seen too much for someone my age. I think about everything that has led me to this moment, from the loss of my mother to the promise I made to Eri. Today will be different, I tell myself silently, as if I needed to convince myself. I dress in simple clothes, something comfortable for the exam, and head to the kitchen. With automatic movements, I prepare breakfast. The smell of toast and scrambled eggs fills the small apartment. It's a simple meal, but I make sure Eri always has something nutritious before starting her day. I know she's still asleep, so I leave everything ready on the table and walk to her room. I carefully open the door, letting in just a ray of light. Eri is wrapped in blankets, her hair disheveled, her expression peaceful. I walk over to the bed and crouch down to be at her level. Eri, it's time to wake up, I whisper softly. She opens her eyes slowly, blinking as she stretches. Good morning, Aim, she murmurs in a sleepy voice. Good morning, I answer with a smile that I can't help. I sit on the bed next to her. I made you breakfast. Since you don't have school today, I'd like you to finish your homework before watching TV while I'm gone. Okay? Eri nods, still half asleep, as she slowly sits up in bed. She rubs her eyes with her small hands and looks at me with an expression that reminds me how fragile her world is. Will you come back? She asks quietly. There's a mix of concern and curiosity in her tone, a spark of understanding that shouldn't be in the eyes of a girl so young. Yes, of course I will, I tell her, trying to keep my voice firm and calm. I just have a test I have to pass. A test? Eri asks, tilting her head with that innocent look that completely disarms me. Yeah, I answer softly, trying not to burden my words with the weight of everything they really mean. It's for something important. Eri watches me silently for a moment, as if trying to understand something deeper behind what I'm saying. Her big, curious eyes pierce through me, filled with a mix of innocence and wisdom that disarms me. Is it like school tests? She asks, tilting her head. Something like that, I answer with a slight smile, but this test is to help us have a better life, for you, for us. Her expression changes, showing a small understanding that breaks me a little inside. She knows something important is at stake, even if she can't quite figure out what it is. So, if you pass it, we'll be better off? Her voice is full of hope. I nod, crouching down to her level so I can look her directly in the eyes. That's what I hope, I tell her sincerely, but no matter what happens, I will always be here for you. Eri gives me a small smile, and that simple gesture is enough to remind me why I'm doing all this. You are very brave, Eri, I tell her, stroking her disheveled hair, and whatever happens today, I promise you that things will get better. She looks at me with those innocent eyes, and for a moment I feel invincible, like anything is possible as long as she's waiting for me. Well then, good luck, she says enthusiastically, and her energy makes me laugh a little. I slowly get out of bed and stretch a little, letting out a sigh before heading towards the kitchen. As the aroma of the breakfast I made for Eri fills the small house, I can't help but feel the pressure in my chest. Today is a decisive day. Not only because of what UA stands for, but because I need this chance to give Eri the life she deserves. I set the plate of breakfast on the table and make sure everything is ready for when she comes down. Meanwhile, my thoughts return to the exam. UA is the symbol of everything I hate about modern heroes. Fake idols who care more about their image and fame than doing the right thing. But what choice do I have? If I want to improve our situation, I must take every opportunity, even if it means facing the thing I hate the most. Everything is ready now, I tell Eri as she comes down the stairs with a shy smile. Eat calmly and don't forget your homework. I know, she answers, rolling her eyes with a smile as she sits at the table. I watch her for a moment, trying to memorize every detail. Today could be a turning point for us. I need it to be. Well, I'm leaving, I say finally as I approach the door. Eri looks at me from the table, her eyes filled with a mix of farewell and encouragement. Good luck, Annie, she shouts from her chair. Thank you, Eri, I answer with a smile. See you later. With that said, I grab everything I need, open the door, and step out into the outside world. The morning air is cool, and as I walk towards UA, I can't help but think about how things have changed since she came into my life. I'm no longer the same boy who once dreamed of being a hero admired by all. Now, I'm someone who fights for a much more important reason, my sister. This exam is just the first step. 000. The morning news resonated in homes across Japan, a familiar echo in the daily routine. The news, as always, focused on heroes, and this time, on the country's most prominent schools. The screen showed images of the imposing UA, with its towers and training grounds, followed by glowing comments about its prestige and legacy. The host, with an enthusiastic voice, opened the topic. Today, in our special segment, we return to discuss the eternal comparison between the major hero schools, UA, Shiketsu, Ketsubutsu, and other institutions that have also made great contributions to the world of heroes. However, UA still stands out above the rest. On screen, images of outstanding students began to appear. Togata Mirio, known as 𝗵𝗄 and Melissa Shield, the prodigious exchange student who, in addition to being the creator of several support inventions for heroes, combined her genius with an incredible quirk, power, which had placed her among the best at UA. Along with them, other young people who had already captured the public's attention were shown. The panelists debated enthusiastically, trying to predict who might be the next big star in the world of heroes and which schools offered the best opportunities to train the future protectors of society. It is undeniable that UA has been home to iconic figures, from All Might to the youngest heroes already active. The quality of their teaching and their innovative programs undoubtedly put them at the forefront. One of the analysts said, while highlighting the academy's comparative advantages over its rivals. Another commenter added, Shiketsu is also a great school, with a more disciplined approach. But when it comes to renown and shaping future symbols of peace, UA has an advantage that cannot be ignored. The debate continued with statistics about the graduates of each school, their achievements, and the dangers they faced on a daily basis. However, time and again, the conversation came back to the same thing. UA was presented as the pinnacle of heroic education, the place where great heroes are born who are charged with protecting society. With entrance exams just around the corner, UA is expected to continue attracting the most promising students from across the country, remaining the top choice for those who want to become true heroes. The presenter concluded before moving on to the next segment. The glitz and pomp of the UA was evident, and society continued to revere those who passed through its doors. For most, there was no doubt. The UA was the dream destination for any aspiring hero. But while television offered an almost utopian perspective, off-screen, the reality of that world was far more complicated than it seemed. 000. As I walk towards the entrance of UA, my thoughts inevitably drift. The place is as imposing as I remembered, but now the opulence and prestige I once admired disgusts me. This is the nest of false heroes, those who hide behind perfect smiles and empty speeches, while ignoring the true suffering of others. However, I have no choice but to be a part of this. I need to pass this test, for Eri, just for her. I reach the doors, and as I cross them, a feeling of repulsion runs through my body, but I continue forward, with my fists clenched. Remembering the reason why I'm doing this, remembering the only reason that drives me to do something like this, Eri. It's not about glory or recognition, much less about becoming the 𝗧 hero as I dreamed of in the past. That dream died a long time ago. Now, the only thing that matters is ensuring a better life for him, away from all this circus of false promises. The hustle and bustle around me grows as I approach the entrance area. Applicants with eager and excited faces line up, some exchanging words of encouragement and others focused on themselves, reviewing what seems to be their golden opportunity. All of them with the same hope of becoming heroes. But for me, this is not an opportunity, it is an obligation. There is no room for mistakes, no second chances. What is at stake is much more than a title or prestige. This is about the only person in the world I care about. When I finally stop in front of the entrance, I exhale slowly, trying to clear my mind of the disgust I feel. Here I am, at the heart of everything I ever despised, at the base of heroes who failed again and again. Despite this, I walk through the doors, knowing that each step brings me closer to what I truly need, the power and stability to protect her. My heart is beating hard, but not with emotion. It's rage, a contained fury that I've learned to tame over the years. Many of the heroes who passed through here left innocent people to their fate by depending on others. My heart is pounding, but not with emotion. It's rage, a suppressed fury that I've learned to tame over the years. Many of the heroes who passed through here, those who are now celebrated, left the innocent to their fate, always depending on others to clean up the mess they themselves created or ignored. That helplessness, that hypocrisy, is what boils inside me. I've barely taken a few steps when a familiar figure appears in my field of vision. Katsuki Bakugo, who I haven't seen in 3 years. He's standing there, with that same arrogant attitude, surrounded by a few applicants. My body automatically tenses, but I don't stop. I ignore him and continue walking, although the memory of everything he did to me is still burning in my mind. I feel a pang of annoyance, but I force myself to focus. He doesn't matter, I repeat myself. Today is not about him or what happened in the past. Today is about Eri's future. Lost in my thoughts, I realize I've strayed from the path. Looking around, I notice that I am far from the testing room. Damn, I didn't even notice because I was so distracted. Hello. That's when I hear a voice behind me, soft but curious. I turn slowly and see a girl with blonde hair, tied in a ponytail, wearing a Uraraka uniform. Her expression is friendly, although her gaze shows slight concern. I remember seeing her somewhere. Are you a contender? Did you get lost? The sudden questions throw me off a bit. Her positive attitude contrasts with my mental state, and I'm not sure how to respond. Yes, I'm trying to find the place where they will give the entrance exam, I say finally, trying to sound more confident than I feel. She nods with a wide smile, her eyes shining with enthusiasm. Perfect. I'm on my way there too. I'm 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗵𝗲, Jr., nice to meet you. She introduces himself with contagious energy, extending his hand. Midoriya Izuku, I reply, shaking her hand and noticing the firmness of her grip. Nice to meet you, Midoriya. Are you planning to participate in the hero course entrance exam? She asks, her tone cheerful and full of enthusiasm. Yes, that's. I hope so, I say, trying to keep my voice steady, but I feel it cracking a little. Her energy seems to be brimming over, contrasting with my more reserved nature. While she smiles and gestures enthusiastically, I can barely help but cross my arms, feeling a little uncomfortable. Great. It's a great opportunity. Everyone is usually a bit nervous, but it's part of the experience, she says, trying to calm me down with her joy. I see, I reply, trying to sound more interested than I actually feel. The truth is that her energy, although contagious, makes me feel even more out of place. Let's go. I'll take you to the test site. We still have time, Melissa says, smiling widely as she begins to walk at a brisk pace. Without much thought, I follow her, feeling a bit like a fish out of water. Her enthusiasm is contagious, and though I struggle to keep up, I find myself watching her face light up as she talks about how exciting the exam is. I hope this year's candidates will show great feats. There is always such a vibrant atmosphere at these exams, don't you think? She says, turning to me with a radiant smile. Yes, I guess so, I reply, feeling like my voice sounds dull compared to her enthusiasm. I don't know if I can really see the positive side, but her attitude makes me wish I could feel something similar. Now that I notice, you carry 2 swords on your back. That, combined with that vest, makes you look quite like a ninja. Does your quirk require swords? Melissa asks, her curiosity shining in her eyes. I'm a little surprised by her remark. Not exactly, I mutter, feeling like my words fall short. It's some equipment I decided to bring to face the test, since there was no restriction. That makes sense. Sometimes what seems simple can make all the difference at the right time. Melissa exclaims, smiling with that contagious energy. Everyone has their own way of preparing. I, for example, always carry some of my best inventions with me. That makes me feel more confident. Inventions? I ask, intrigued by his enthusiasm. Do you have any quirk related to that? Actually, no, she answers with a bright smile. My quirk, power, increases my strength, speed, and endurance to very high levels, although at first it was hard for me to get used to handling so much power without hurting myself. However, I have learned to combine it with my skills as an inventor, which allows me to create devices that make the most of my quirk. And you? What is your quirk? Well, my quirk is, I don't really have a quirk, I mutter, feeling the awkwardness creeping in again. As I say those words, a chill runs down my spine. What have I done? Here I am, in the supposed hero school, confessing that I'm quirkless. I was expecting exaggerated reactions, disdain or disbelief, but to my surprise, Melissa doesn't seem fazed. Her gaze remains curious and animated, as if she's intrigued by my answer. You're a quirkless too, then? She asks, her tone light and non-judgmental. Also? I reply, confused by her reaction and question. Oh no, sorry, I'm just a little surprised. So, I take it from the musculature of your arms that you've been training hard to strengthen your body, right? I nod, though remembering all that hellish training isn't so nice. But that's information I'll keep to myself. She smiles, her face lighting up. It's great, it looks like you've worked really hard to keep up. You should be proud, Midoriya. Clear, I answer, although I still feel a little distant in the face of her positive attitude. The truth is that I'm not used to this kind of support. It's strange, even a little uncomfortable. No. Melissa continues, sometimes even those without a quirk can make a difference. Everyone has their own path, and yours is just as valid as anyone else's. That thought makes me think. Somehow, I feel like she's trying to inspire something in me. I guess you're right, I mutter, trying not to extend the conversation any longer than necessary. Melissa was about to say something, but we had already arrived at the test site. The atmosphere is electric, full of nervousness and determination. Melissa stops and turns to me, a bright smile on her face. Well, here we are. I wish you the best of luck, Midoriya. I'm sure you'll do great. Thank you, I reply, feeling a strange mix of gratitude and anxiety. As she walks away, I can't help but think about how strange those moments were. But I had to put those thoughts aside, and enter the place. After all, that wasn't so important. I just hope the teacher in charge isn't an idiot. 000. In another segment of the newscast, the tone turns somber as the topic of those abandoned by God, the quirkless, is addressed. The commentators discuss the disturbing reality of those born without a quirk in a world where powers are the norm. Quirkless people represent a strange and often tragic phenomenon, a panelist begins, his voice heavy with gravity. They are people who, for whatever reason, have been stripped of the chance to shine, leaving them in a constant struggle to find their place in a society that rejects them. One commentator adds, it is crucial that we do not forget these individuals. They are often marginalized and abandoned, considered less than others. They need support, but also understanding, to face the adversities that life imposes on them. The on-screen images show Quirkless in difficult situations, struggling for employment, facing rejection and dealing with social stigma. The harsh reality is that many of them experience problems that go beyond the lack of a quirk. Their daily struggle is a reminder of what it means to be vulnerable in a world that idolizes strength, says one of the analysts. If you know someone who doesn't have a quirk, it's vital that you reach out and offer help. We can't allow them to be forgotten or considered outcasts. Another commenter emphasizes his tone charged with urgency. Discrimination against the quirkless is not only unacceptable, it perpetuates a cycle of abandonment and hopelessness. The quirkless testimonies that appear on screen are heartbreaking. I have felt the weight of rejection in every aspect of my life, says one young woman, with tears in her eyes. Everyone looks at me like I'm a freak for not having a quirk. People just don't understand what it means to live like this. As the camera shows other quirkless sharing their experiences, their faces reflect a mix of pain and resilience. I often feel invisible. In a world where everyone has powers, I am just nothing, adds a young man with a trembling voice. The segment concludes with a call to action and awareness. If you happen to know an individual diagnosed as quirkless, please do not dismiss them. They have had to deal with a lot for as long as they can remember, and their struggle is one we should all acknowledge and support. Humanity is not measured by the powers we possess, but by how we treat the most vulnerable among us. The message resonates, leaving a sense of urgency in the air as the screen goes dark, reminding the audience of the importance of empathy and solidarity in a world that often forgets those who don't fit the norm. 000. I just finished the written exam, and surprisingly, it wasn't as difficult as I expected. I had feared the worst, especially considering that I left school at the age of 12. But somehow, I managed to stay calm and complete all the questions. I feel relieved when I hand in my exam. We are directed to an auditorium, where a hero named 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗃 appears to give us a presentation on the upcoming test. He is energetic, almost overly enthusiastic. To be honest, I find his attitude a little embarrassing to watch, but I try to focus on the information. He explains the mechanics of the next phase of the exam. We will have 15 minutes to participate in a combat test. There will be several types of robots acting as villains in different large battle centers, each with different levels of difficulty. Some robots are worth 2 points, others 3, and the most difficult to defeat are worth 7 points. The goal is to destroy as many robots as possible using the quirks. It is forbidden to attack your companions or perform non-heroic actions, 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗃 warns, in a tone that tries to be serious, but does not lose its strident style. I've been through similar situations before, running around, dodging and hitting enemies. This shouldn't be that different from the real battlefield. I look at others, but I don't compare myself to them. Some are tense, others are overconfident, but all of that is irrelevant to me. I only have one goal in mind: to pass this test, no matter what others say or think. I'm not here to show off or impress anyone. I just want to pass the test and move on, with the sole purpose of helping my sister. She's what keeps me focused. Suddenly, a boy raises his hand, interrupting my thoughts. 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗃 gives him the floor, and the tall, bespectacled participant with an authoritative, almost sergeant-like attitude says, "In the printout we received, there were 4 types of enemies. But only 3 were mentioned here. Did the AU make a mistake?" His tone is sharp, as if he is questioning the school's capabilities. It is an arrogant attitude, of someone who seems to enjoy pointing out what he perceives as mistakes. Before 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗃 can respond, the boy shifts his attention to me. His gaze is cold, calculating, and it takes me by surprise. "And you, with those swords? You better know how to use them, because if not, you're just going to hurt someone with them," he says with disdain, as if his words had the power to destabilize me. I look at him for a moment, but I don't give him the pleasure of answering. I hear murmurs around me, but I ignore them completely. I don't have to justify my preparation to someone like that. My mind remains firm on what really matters: passing this test and moving forward, all to fulfill my goal and protect my sister. 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗃, sensing the tension, chimes in with his brisk, yet somewhat more serious tone. "Hey kid, relax. That extra robot you're referring to is worth 0 points. It's just a giant obstacle in the way. If you run into one, you better avoid it. Don't obsess over it, it won't give you anything. The boy seems satisfied with the answer and, after nodding, sits down. The atmosphere in the auditorium calms down a bit, but I keep my concentration intact. The test is about to begin, and nothing else matters. Before we begin, Present Mike, in his signature style, exclaims, "And as a final quirk, I will share with you our school motto." However, his words fade from my mind as I dive into my own strategy. I think about how I will approach the test. With robots from different points in play, I need to be clever. I can't let obstacles stop me or be distracted by interactions with other participants. My priority is to destroy those enemies that are worth the most points, and I must use my swords and energy efficiently. Should I attack in groups or seek out stronger enemies? Perhaps it would be best to assess the situation once we reach the battle stage. My mind runs through each option, considering the risk and reward. I need to make sure I'm quick and decisive so I can get enough points to enter this school. Every point counts, not just for me, but also to ensure a better future for Eri. Remember, I'm not here for me, who cares about me, I'm here for her. This test is one more step towards the protection I've always wanted to offer her. I close my eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath to calm my thoughts. Present Mike finishes speaking and informs us that we must use the card we obtained to follow our designated number. That card will lead us to a bus that will take us to the battle center. Good luck. He says in his characteristic tone. Without hesitation, I follow the instructions. I head to the bus, my heart pounding not from nerves, but from the anticipation of what is to come. This is just the beginning of what I will do for Eri. I am ready to face any challenge. 000. The newscast begins with a vibrant image of the UA, accompanied by exciting music. The presenter, with a big smile, highlights, the UA is considered the best school for heroes in the country, a place where the future saviors of our society are trained with rigor and dedication. The images change to scenes of students training, using their powers in simulated situations. However, entering this prestigious center is no easy feat. Out of 1,000 participants, only 40 lucky ones manage to secure their place in the hero course, while many others are redirected to other departments, such as general studies or management. The presenter continues, highlighting the fierce competition and arduous selection process that takes place each year. UA is not only looking for extraordinary abilities, but also determination and courage. Candidates face challenges that test not only their quirks, but also their ability to work in a team and make decisions under pressure. A chart shows statistics from the previous year, revealing how many students had to settle for less than the hero course. For many, it is a path fraught with sacrifice and disappointment, but the chance to become a hero inspires young people across the country to keep going, no matter what difficulties they may face. The segment concludes with a call to the community. Let us take this opportunity to support our young dreamers in their quest to become heroes, as each one of them could be the next savior we need. 000. After quickly changing and boarding the bus, the journey feels like an eternity. When we finally arrive at the battle center, I realize that it looks more like a miniature city than a simple training ground. The large gate that stands before me has an imposing air, as if I am about to enter a world where everything revolves around the test of heroism. Looking around, I notice that most of the participants don't seem nervous. Some even look confident, with support equipment that complements their quirks. One of them, a blonde boy, wears a belt on his hip that highlights his confident look. I can't help but think that they think they're invincible just because of their quirks. I remember a boy I knew in the past, someone who was convinced he was the best simply because he had a great quirk. The memory brings back a deep disdain. Frustration and disgust for these false heroes resurfaces in me, making my chest tighten. If only they knew what it really means to be a hero, I mutter to myself, thinking of my master. I'm sure he would be furious to know that I'm here, in this nest of hypocritical heroes. As I approach the door, looking for a small space to move once it opens, I feel a hand on my shoulder. Turning around, I am met by the same tall guy as before, with glasses and an attitude reminiscent of a drill sergeant. "Don't go near that girl," He warns me, pointing at one of the participants who is trying to concentrate. His tone is authoritative, as if he has some right to dictate how I should behave. Without thinking, I abruptly remove his hand from my shoulder. "What do you care?" I reply, anger bubbling up inside me. I have no patience for this kind of nonsense, not now, not when I have something much more important on my mind. Around me, I hear some murmurs. Is a fight going to start? That guy is crazy, he's going to be disqualified for sure, some say, as if they were already betting on my downfall. I ignore his words and try to stay focused. As I watch the boy with glasses, I notice the motors on his legs, and a fleeting memory flashes through my mind. A similar hero, fast and disciplined. Suddenly, 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗀𝗁𝗍 shrill voice booms through the area. Begin. Don't expect a countdown on the battle royales. The doors burst open, revealing chaos beyond. A city filled with obstacles and gigantic robots, all ready to attack us. The metallic roar of the machines and the screams of the challengers charging towards the field fill the air. Without wasting a second, I charge forward with determination. I run at full speed, feeling the wind in my face as I dodge other participants who are barely reacting. I hear someone mutter something about looking like a ninja with that speed and the swords on my back, but I don't give it any thought. My focus is on what's in front of me. A two-pointed robot suddenly appears in my path, its red eyes glowing as it rapidly approaches. Elimination in progress. "I will exterminate you," it says in a robotic voice, as it raises one of its arms to attack. But I don't cower. I grip my swords firmly and leap upwards, straight for its weak point. With a well-aimed blow to its head, the machine shakes violently and then lies still. A metallic sound of its pieces falling to the ground marks the end of its threat. As I put the swords away for a moment, I am thankful that they are working as expected. Although they are dull, they are strong enough to deliver devastating blows to the robot's key points. I cannot afford any distractions. I press on. I'm running down the street when, in the distance, I notice another participant. He's frozen, his eyes filled with terror as a robot rapidly approaches him, its huge arms ready to attack him. The boy seems unable to move, completely overcome by fear. "Tisk," I mutter again, frustrated by the lack of preparation of some. Without hesitation, I speed towards the robot threatening the boy. In a quick movement, I jump and with both swords I hit the robot's head, destroying it instantly. The metallic sound of its body collapsing resonates in the air. I look at the boy, who is still paralyzed by fear. "If you are so scared of situations like this, you better back off," I say, my tone cold. I don't expect an answer. I've already done what needs to be done. I continue on my way, encountering another robot advancing rapidly towards me. Without missing a beat, I destroy it in the same way, attacking its weak point on the head. I run into another one and repeat the strategy, crushing the enemy with precision. As I continue to move forward, a thought crosses my mind. Maybe I should scan the surroundings better for more robots. I look up and notice that some buildings have accessible roofs. Going up there might give me an advantage, though it seems like a challenge. But the hellish training I've endured has prepared me for situations like this. Just then, 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗀𝗁𝗍 voice booms through the air. 10 minutes left. I pause for a second, realizing that 5 minutes have already passed. I can't afford to slow down. I must hurry, I think, clenching my fists around my swords, ready to face whatever comes next. I decide it's time to take a risk. With a nimble leap, I find the edge of a nearby building and propel myself upwards, using my swords to grab a firm surface and gain a foothold. The view from above will allow me to better plan my moves and find those robots. Once on the roof, I look around, scanning the area for enemies. From this height, I can see past the clutter on the ground, spotting several robots on the move. Perfect. I mutter to myself, and with a new sense of urgency, I prepare to leap from building to building, looking to maximize my efficiency and score points quickly. With a determined push, I jump to the next roof, landing softly. From here, I have a clear view of a group of 3- and 5-point robots, clustered near a building on the corner of the street. If I can attack them from above, it will be an advantage, I think. Without wasting any time, I move with agility, jumping from one roof to another until I'm positioned above them. I feel the adrenaline rush through me as I prepare to attack. Now, I shout in my mind, launching myself downwards with my swords raised. Upon impact, I stab my swords into the highest value robot, aiming for its head again. The impact is devastating, and the robot disintegrates with a metallic crunch. I quickly get up, ready to face the rest. The other robots turn to me, alerted by the noise, but I am prepared. I use the quick movement of my swords to attack the remaining enemies, jumping between them and making sure to land accurate hits. Concentration is crucial. Every second counts. I can't let them catch me, I remind myself as I move. Just as I take down the last of that group, 𝗵𝗃 voice rings out again. 5 minutes left. My heart pounds. I must keep going. With renewed energy, I jump back to the next building, quickly scanning the area. In the distance, I see more robots in the distance. This is my chance, I say, and I launch myself towards the next objective, determined to get as many points as possible before time runs out. Suddenly, my attention is diverted by the sound of screaming. A few feet away, a student is being held by 2 robots, unable to use his quirk. Frustration builds up in me. How stupid! Think. Without hesitation, I head towards it. Upon arriving, I grab my swords and attack the robot holding it. With a well-aimed blow to the head, the enemy falls, leaving the student free. But I don't stop there. I quickly turn to the second robot and destroy it in the same way. Come on, get up. I tell the boy, who seems stunned, a hero does not cry or cower in the face of adversity. I throw at him, feeling the frustration in my voice. Those words seem to resonate in me, reminding me of my teacher. Without waiting for a response, I quickly walk away, focused on continuing on my way. As I run, I realize what I just said. And I think, am I talking like him? I mutter to myself, surprised. It's a mania that seems to have stuck with me. Never mind, I have to concentrate on the test. Focused on my objective, I hear 𝗵𝗃 voice echo through the air again. 3 minutes left. I feel a chill of urgency. Looking around, I realize I've arrived at the center of the battle stage. The scene is chaotic. There are all sorts of destroyed robots strewn across the streets, some brutally destroyed, while others are arguing amongst themselves over the robots. Some students fight over points, trying to snatch destroyed robots from their classmates. Is this what it means to be a hero? I wonder, feeling a mixture of disgust and disappointment at how everyone thinks only of themselves. I can't let the distraction get to me. I take a deep breath, focusing on the robots still standing. Adrenaline courses through my body as I prepare to make the most of these last few minutes. I need to act fast and smart. Every second counts. Suddenly, a rumble echoes through the air, and the ground beneath my feet shakes. My instincts kick in as I see some debris falling, and my gaze is drawn to a huge robot moving forward with determination. I instantly recognize its silhouette, the 0-point robot, the obstacle we must all avoid. Most of the applicants start running in the opposite direction, their faces reflecting fear and anxiety. I have to admit that it is the most sensible idea, and in an instant, I am about to join them. But I hear something that stops me. Help me! A few feet away, I see a brown-haired girl trapped under rubble. Her gaze is filled with despair, and her leg is immobile, stuck at an awkward angle. All around me, other applicants are running past her without even looking at her. Their indifference fills me with fury. They are aspiring heroes, and they are ignoring someone in danger. They are idiots. I mutter angrily, frustration bubbling up inside me. I remember my own experiences, the times when others looked the other way while I needed help. Those memories are like daggers, and every time I see that same indifference, the anger grows. I can't just sit back and do nothing. Wasting no time, I launch myself towards her, running at full speed. Each step echoes in my mind, fueling my anger at seeing these morons ignore someone in danger. Frustration bubbles up inside me, intensified by the inaction of the others. When I reach her side, I begin to remove the small debris with determined hands, feeling the weight of the situation. The girl looks at me with a mixture of surprise, hope, and fear. I cannot allow her desperation to be the last thing she feels. Then I take out one of my swords and use it as leverage, trying to move the large piece of rubble trapping her. But when I try to move it, I realize that it is heavier than I expected. Damn it! I curse under my breath, feeling the pressure of time as the robot draws closer, its shadow looming ominously over us. Every second counts and the weight of the debris feels more and more like a burden. Come on, a little more. I scream, gritting my teeth and concentrating on moving it. Adrenaline is pumping through my veins. I know I have to act fast, but the effort seems endless. However, I can't give up. Someone's life is at stake now. Just then, I see how the girl, clearly showing signs of nausea, touches the rubble and it begins to levitate. My surprise is mixed with a spark of hope. I take advantage of that advantage instantly. With a push, I carry her in my arms, feeling her light but significant weight. Hold on tight, I tell her as I push myself backwards, away from the robot's imminent threat. The ground shakes beneath my feet and the shadow of the huge enemy lengthens, but I don't stop. Every step counts. Adrenaline and determination push me forward. Finally, we reach safety, and at that moment I hear 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗀𝗧𝗏 voice echo through the chaos. The test is over. A loud alarm sounds and I watch as the robot stops, its imposing silhouette standing still. I mistimed it, I think, frustrated that I haven't been able to count the points I've accumulated by destroying those robots. In the midst of my thoughts, I hear a soft voice. It's the girl I still have in my arms. Are you okay? I ask her, feeling a little guilty for not asking sooner. She answers with a soft whisper, I hurt my ankle. Looking at her, I notice that her face is flushed, and I can't help but feel confused by that. Maybe she has a fever. Suddenly, I hear murmurs from others around me. Look at that, quite a gentleman, says one, and another adds, how envious. I really don't understand what they're talking about at all. Just then, a short figure approaches. It's a grandmother in a doctor's coat, her gaze full of concern. Are there any injuries? She asks, watching closely. Yes, this girl twisted her ankle, I answer, while I lead her towards her. Grandma nods and motions for me to place her gently on the ground. Obeying, I carefully place the girl down, and Grandma begins to examine her ankle with firm, expert hands. As she does so, I step back slightly, feeling that my role here is now complete. However, I can't help but stare, uneasy. Are you okay? I ask the girl, who still looks a bit dazed. She nods, though worry flashes in her eyes. Grandma murmurs reassuring words as she checks her injury, and I feel a little more relieved to see that it's not that bad. Even though the test is over, adrenaline is still pumping through my veins. I hope next time, the others won't ignore someone in danger, I think, remembering the indifference of the other applicants. I hope those guys never become heroes, because they don't deserve that privilege if they're not willing to risk themselves for others. Just then, I hear 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗀𝗧𝗏 voice booming over the speakers. Thank you for coming. Please head back to the bus so we can take you to headquarters and then home. Results will be available in a week. The crowd begins to stir, but my mind is still a little preoccupied. I look at the girl I helped and the grandmother, who, to my surprise, turns out to have a quirk that helps heal wounds. I see that they are okay before joining the others. Eventually, I decide it's time to go. I don't expect to be thanked, I did it because it was the right thing to do. My only priority now is to get home to Eri and tell her everything that happened. The thought of waiting for the results fills me with anxiety. If I don't pass, I'll have to think of other options, and that bothers me. I don't want to consider the possibility of disappointing her. With those thoughts in mind, I join the crowd heading toward the bus, determined to face whatever comes. 000. In the debate room, the pro heroes are heatedly discussing the recent entrance test. Screens are showing images of the giant robot that nearly wiped out the applicants. Some heroes consider it an exaggeration, highlighting the danger it posed. It could have caused the death of some applicants, argues one of them, shaking his head in disapproval. Don't worry, we'll change that, exclaims another pro hero at the side. As they check the scores, the atmosphere changes dramatically. They are shocked to see that one contestant has scored over 100 points, 60 for heroic actions and 40 for defeating robots considered villains. The room is filled with murmurs of amazement. Who is this guy? They ask each other, intrigued by the unexpected performance. However, shock turns to concern when a hero points out an alarming detail on the screen. This challenger does not have a quirk. The room falls into a tense silence as the weight of this revelation settles on those present. The idea that someone could have overcome such a formidable challenge without special abilities raises serious questions about the future of heroes and the nature of quirks in general. What does this mean? How is it possible? One of the more experienced ones murmurs, his words filled with concern. The conversation becomes intense, each hero aware that something significant has changed in the dynamics of the heroic world. If a guy with no quirk can compete at that level, what about everyone else who have quirks? A heroine asks with an air of defiance, are we really measuring a hero's worth in the right way? The room fills with voices, some defending the tradition of quirks as the basis of heroism, while others see the potential in this new paradigm. I could be a new kind of hero, suggests one young hero, his enthusiasm palpable. Maybe we should consider bravery and determination as being as valuable as the quirks themselves. A veteran objects, this is dangerous. Even if he is someone skilled and strong, without a quirk, how can he face real threats? This is not a game, we are talking about lives in danger. Experience and inherent skills are essential in this field. But in critical situations, a quirkless hero could be a dead weight for his comrade. The room fills with murmurs of approval and dissent. Some heroes begin to recall instances where a lack of innate skills had led to tragedies. Remember the last mission where a hero underestimated a villain, says a dark-haired woman, her deep voice echoing in the air. Several of our comrades nearly lost their lives. The nature of the danger is undeniable. But we cannot simply ignore this candidate, another interrupts, his voice firm and determined. We would be discriminating by not letting him into the hero course. If he has demonstrated exceptional skills in a life-or-death situation, what more do we need to validate his potential? A murmur of interest runs through the room. A few heroes nod, considering the idea that bravery and determination might outweigh innate abilities. However, one veteran leans forward, his expression grave. While that is true, we would be sending a poor child into a field where he would only get disadvantages. It is not a matter of discrimination, it is reality. He will not be able to be on the same level because of his lack of quirk. The tension in the room rises, but haven't we seen cases where perseverance has overcome any quirk? A heroine retorts, her voice rising above the murmurs, we can't let the fear of the unknown stop us. This boy can be a pioneer, an inspiration to those who, like him, feel limited by the lack of a quirk. I understand, but wouldn't it be better to send it to another department? A hero interrupts with a worried expression, maybe to general studies, management, or even the support department. There he could find his place without risking his life in a field that is not designed for him. And what message would we send with that? The heroine answers, clearly frustrated, those without quirks are less valuable? We can't do that. This boy has proven that he has what it takes to be a hero, and that should be enough. A tense silence falls over the room as the heroes contemplate the words on both sides. The idea of relegating a quirkless aspirant to a secondary role clashes with the desire to foster a new kind of heroism. Finally, the director stands up, raising his hand to calm the growing agitation. His voice, firm and authoritative, resonates in the room. Listen, I understand the concerns and the points you have raised. This is a critical time for our profession. So I will speak to this boy, interview him, and ask him about his decision and his aspirations. As he says this, all eyes turn to the screen, where the image of a young man named Midoriya Izuku appears. His determined expression and intense gaze, accompanied by all the performance he presented in the test, seemed to capture everyone's attention. We must give him the opportunity to express himself and show what drives him to become a hero, even without a quirk. Perhaps his motivations are more powerful than we imagine. The room falls into a reflective silence. The director's proposal raises a new perspective, not only evaluating the candidate by his physical potential, but also by his character and determination. Could it be that, ultimately, what defines a true hero is not just powers, but the will to act and protect others? With a calmer atmosphere, the heroes begin to murmur amongst themselves, acknowledging that this may be a defining moment not only for Midoriya, but for the future of heroism as a whole. Although it wasn't my first time entering this academy, I had never been through these places. The worker told me it was this way, so I followed his directions. The halls of the UA always looked imposing, full of students excited about their future. At least, that was what most people felt when they were here. And honestly, I didn't care. This place was never more than an institution like any other, the same as always. The quirk is everything. A means to an end, not something to get excited about. I walked in silence, my footsteps echoing faintly in the empty hallways. It was early. The students' classes had not yet started, but I was already here, fulfilling the letter that the principal named Nizu sent me. I thought of that letter once again, an unexpected invitation that arrived at my door one morning. I was surprised by the content. They wanted to interview me, talk, or some hoax like that. Maybe they wanted to confirm it, to know why a guy like me, without a quirk, was trying to get into the most prestigious academy of heroes. I would not be the first to doubt my reasons, nor the last. But it wasn't because of them, it never was. As I went along, my mind was back to the mistake I made during the entrance exam. The hero test. I really shouldn't have done that test. I realized late, when I had already completed everything, that I had made a mistake. There was no more evidence. He had come here thinking about something else, about another department, not about being one of those mediocre heroes he despised so much. There was something ironic about all this. While the rest of the aspirants dreamed of standing out, of impressing, I just wanted to move away from that ideal. I wasn't interested in being a hero. The echo of my footsteps echoed in the empty hallway as I continued to make my way toward the principal's office. Why did I care so much? It wasn't as if I wanted to impress anyone, much less these so-called heroes. All of them, confident and arrogant, believing themselves superior simply because they were born with a quirk. I clenched my fists just at the thought of it. What did it matter? At the end of the day, all they did was stand in front of the cameras and seek applause. But I wasn't here for that. My sister, Eri, she was the reason I was here, bearing the weight of my anger towards all these. The heroes, the academy, the expectations, none of that really mattered to me. It's difficult, having to take care of it. Anyone else my age would probably be enjoying their free time, socializing, or training. But I had more pressing concerns. Eri needed everything a little girl should have: education, food, clothes, but also things that only she needed: the dye for her hair, so that people wouldn't see her as funny, that little ribbon to cover her horn, so that they wouldn't look at her with fear or contempt. And none of that is free. The money he had saved barely covered the essentials, but it was running out faster than he expected. Before, robbing gang members or looters seemed like a viable option, but now it doesn't. The danger was increasing and I couldn't risk leaving Eri alone for longer than necessary. I needed something more stable. I kept repeating it to myself: that's why I was here. Not because of the heroes. Not because of the prestige of UA. None of that mattered to me. As I continued to make my way through the halls of the academy, I wondered if all of this would be worth it. Every step I took reminded me that I was entering the world I hated the most. I wasn't a part of them, and I never wanted to be. But if this ensured a better future for her, my sister, then maybe enduring the damn place was necessary. In the end, it was just one more sacrifice among many. Nor could I be here long. Eri needed me. Every minute away from home was a worry. She knew she didn't like being alone, and after everything she'd been through, I couldn't blame her. So, the faster I was done with this, the better. In front of me, the door to the principal's office appeared. I paused for a second, taking a breath before playing. He wasn't nervous, he just wished this would end soon. With a slight knock, I opened the door, and the inside of the office revealed itself. There was the director, surrounded by documents and screens, a look of curiosity on his face. His attention was focused on me. "Welcome, Midoriya Izuku," he said in a cordial voice, gesturing for him to take a seat. His tone was warm, but something in his gaze made me feel like I was being evaluated, like a product on a shelf. I sat up, maintaining an upright posture, but my mind couldn't stop thinking about Eri and everything I left behind. The director smiled kindly as he arranged some rolls in front of him. "Why am you called here, sir?" I asked him without further ado. The director looked up, his expression serene contrasting with the whirlwind of thoughts in my head. I wanted to talk to you about your decision to join UA and about the entrance exam, he said, organizing some paperwork meticulously. I guessed it, a Quirkless wanting to be part of a school of heroes, I said, trying to maintain the irony, smiling a little, although frustration bubbled up inside me. The director raised an eyebrow, without losing his smile. Your attitude is refreshing, young Midoriya. And despite your lack of quirk, your skills in the exam were remarkable. I shrugged, trying to dismiss the compliment. I only took one written test and another, nothing to highlight. The director smiled again, as if my modesty were charming to him. But you achieved wonderful results that many, even with quirks, would not have been able to achieve. I, and many professionals, were watching you through the cameras. You showed a strategic approach, a combat skill, and you even risked your life to help an aspirant. Despite the praise, he couldn't help frowning. That was too risky on his part. Doing a test like that for teenagers who are not used to real situations? It was reckless. As if they wanted us to die as heroes. How stupid. The director seemed to think about it for a moment, nodding slowly. I appreciate your sincerity, young Midoriya. I admit that it was a mistake on my part to allow the test to be conducted in that way. We are evaluating a better way to evaluate students in the next exam. Safety is paramount. I was silent, watching his face show a faint ray of concern. It was a refreshing change, but I still wasn't entirely convinced. Why did he call me here, really? I asked, frowning as I looked him in the eye. The director took a moment before answering, as if carefully evaluating his words. I wanted to understand a little bit more about your motivations, young man. Listening to and observing your behavior, I realized that you feel a great resentment towards heroes, and that you truly care about the well-being of others. That's why I thought you might be a good fit for the hero course. No. The director smiled with a slight resignation, as if he knew that would be my answer. I understand. That's why I offer you the option to choose from the other departments that UA offers. The school has more than just heroes, and I think you could shine in another area. I was silent, weighing his words. I didn't really want to be part of a system I despised, but I also couldn't ignore that another department might offer me a way out in terms of receiving funding for necessary household expenses. The weight of the decision was choking me, but I knew I had to prioritize Eri, because every day I spent without income was a harder day for her. I had to choose well among the options. The management department was discarded. I wasn't going to work to make the images of the heroes more appealing or some nonsense like that. As for the general studies department, although I could get a good job after graduation, it wasn't my best option now. I needed money as soon as possible. I couldn't wait that long. What I was left with was the support department. Tell me a little about the support department, I said without further ado. The director smiled, as if he had anticipated my question. In the support department, you'll work collaboratively with other students and professionals to design and improve the equipment that heroes use. It is a field that is constantly evolving and where creativity and innovation are fundamental. You can contribute to creating tools that save lives and improve the efficiency of heroes on the field. Is it possible to sell those tools and make some extra money? I asked, feeling that it was a key question for me. The director nodded, his expression reflecting understanding. Yes, in fact, many students in the support department have found ways to commercialize their inventions. The school encourages creativity and initiative. If you create something useful and present it properly, you could get funding, both through the school and through contracts with heroes or agencies. The idea of being able to earn income through my own efforts encouraged me. It was exactly what I needed to take care of Eri and make sure she didn't lack anything. Nor was he stupid who lacked creativity. I was smart enough not to be left behind. That sounds good, I said, feeling my decision begin to take shape. In addition, you will work in an environment where you will learn from other inventors, and you will also be able to collaborate with students from other departments, which could open more doors for you in the future. His enthusiasm was contagious, and for the first time since I arrived, I felt that I could have a future here. Then I choose the support department, I stated with determination. The director smiled as if he had expected that answer. Excellent choice, young Midoriya. I'm sure you'll find a way to stand out in that field. Remember that supporting heroes is as vital as being on the front lines." I nodded, ignoring that last part, and since this was all he had to say, I appreciated the time invested and got up to leave, but before I did, the director stopped me. "One last thing, young man. Since you are now a UA student and you face financial problems, you will receive a slight compensation for your expenses." Hearing that, a wave of surprise ran through me. "How did you know that? I never mentioned it." Then I realized that UA should have read my file carefully. Still, I didn't want to make a fuss about it. "Thank you," I murmured, feeling a mixture of relief and distrust. I left the office, closing the door behind me. As I walked through the halls, a small spark of hope ignited within me. Now she had a financial respite that could make a difference in Eri's life. With each step, my mind focused on her. I wanted to make sure she had everything she needed, from her school supplies to that hair dye and ribbon she loved so much. Being part of the support department meant that I could continue to cover those expenses and, perhaps, even offer you more than just the basics. Perhaps things are going well after all. 000. Shadows glide along the walls of my mind, like the crows that used to prowl the lab. Sometimes, I think I can still hear the echo of their wings, whispering promises of freedom that were never fulfilled. I remember the scars on my skin, the feeling of the stabbing pain that reminded me that I was still alive, despite everything. Running away became my only hope. For a long time, I slipped through the shadows, dodging the watchful eyes of these men. Freedom was a distant dream, a flash of light in the darkness. But every time I thought I had made it, I was caught again, dragging me back to that place where the screams were drowned out in silence. The last time I tried to escape, I felt something different. A shiver ran down my spine when I saw a man, not one of them, but someone far more terrifying. His presence was overwhelming, as if darkness itself enveloped him. It wasn't a crow, but a monster that had come out of my worst nightmares. It was terrifying, as if it was about to unleash chaos at any moment. At that moment, I saw what true fear meant. I closed my eyes tightly, trying to block out the sounds that filled the air. But he couldn't. Screams seeped into my ears, terrifying, as if the pain and fear had become tangible. I heard the crackling of bones breaking, the thud of bodies falling to the ground, and something much deeper, the roar of an unleashed fury. The sounds suddenly died out, as if the world had stopped breathing for a moment. I opened my eyes slowly, my heart pounding in my throat. What I saw then left me paralyzed. All those men. The men who had captured me over and over again were now lying on the ground. They were wounded, bloodied, some were agonizing in pain while others remained unconscious, their bodies inert. Blood stained the ground as if a red storm had broken out. And there he was. The monster. It was terrifying, scarier than anything I'd ever seen. He was not a man, not quite. His figure was hidden under the darkness, as if the shadow itself enveloped him. Her gaze, when I managed to see it, was not human. His eyes shone with a contained fury, as if he were on the verge of destroying everything. It seemed like it came out of my nightmares, the kind where there is no way out. But I didn't scream. I didn't try to run. I couldn't. For an instant, my body stopped feeling afraid. It was as if something in me had accepted my fate. Perhaps, I thought, all this was inevitable. Perhaps there was no escape, and the monster had come for me, to finish what the others had not been able to. I stood there, motionless, waiting. With every step I took, the air around me became denser, heavier. I could hear their footsteps approaching, each one echoing like thunder in the stillness of the place. My hands were shaking, but I didn't move a muscle. My body was frozen, unable to do anything but wait for the inevitable. The monster was getting closer and I couldn't do anything. But then, something changed. A small spark of light in that dark place touched his figure, just enough to reveal what was in front of me. And what I saw left me speechless. He was not a monster. No, not as I had imagined. He was a boy. A boy with messy hair and a different expression than I expected. There was no cruelty in his gaze, not even anger. Just something I couldn't understand. The fear didn't disappear completely, but for the first time, something else began to emerge. Confusion. The silence grew denser between us. I was even more surprised when he finally showed his face. He had a tired expression, but there was also something else about him, something human. He bent down a little, getting on my level, and in a soft voice, he asked me, "Are you okay?" I was paralyzed. I didn't know what to answer. My lips moved but no sound came out. What should he say? For so long he had known only pain, wounds, and fear. No one had ever asked me if I was okay. No one had tried to see past the curse he carried. And at the time I couldn't understand why this boy, this stranger who had caused so much chaos around me, cared about me. His eyes, while still intimidating, now showed something else. I didn't know why, but in his eyes I found something I didn't expect: pain. A deep pain hidden behind his strength that seemed to reflect everything I had felt. I didn't understand if it was because of me or something else, but for the first time in a long time, fear wasn't the only thing I felt. There was something different about his presence, something that made me doubt everything I had known up to that moment. His voice, deep but soft, broke the silence. "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. I'm going to get you out of here." I didn't answer. The words didn't come out of my mouth, and although my body was still shaking, it wasn't just out of fear anymore. I didn't know if I should trust him, but I also didn't have the strength to run away or resist. I was tired, so tired of everything. Still scared, I stood still as he slowly approached. Suddenly, with a delicacy I didn't expect, he held me in his arms. It wasn't a rough or cold grip, like the ones I'd experienced before. It was smooth, warm. He wrapped me in a hug, as if he wanted to protect me from all the evil that surrounded me, as if with that simple gesture he could erase the pain I had suffered. My heart was beating fast, but not just because of fear. And although I still didn't fully understand what was happening, fatigue took hold of me. For the first time in so long, I felt a warmth that gave me peace. Without saying a word, I closed my eyes, letting that hug envelop me completely. The world around me slowly faded away, and in that moment, for the first time in what seemed like years, I was able to rest. I didn't know how much time passed while he took me out of there. All I remember is the warmth, the sense of security, and the sweet relief of letting go. At least for a while, everything was silent. And in that silence, finally I could feel safe. I had never experienced that feeling before. It was something new, strange, but not entirely uncomfortable. After so long, being around someone didn't make me feel scared or hurt. It was different with him. I didn't really know who I was, or how I had come into my life. I only learned his name a while later, when I heard it from him. His name is Midoriya Izuku. At first, I had a hard time understanding it. He was not like the others. I wasn't like the monsters that had filled my life with pain. But I wasn't like the few people who had passed through my life and given me fleeting hopes, only to then disappear. But he was different. She was always there, taking care of me, feeding me, being with me, asking about my well-being, with that smile that seemed to mean that everything would be okay, even when it wasn't. As time went on, I learned more from him. One day, as we sat together, in one of those quiet moments we shared, I told him about my own curse. "I'm cursed," I said quietly, playing with my fingers nervously, not daring to look him in the eye. "My quirk. It's very horrible, it hurts others." Midoriya looked at me silently for a moment, and then surprised me with her answer. Instead of rejecting my words or comforting me with sweet lies, he simply told me, "I'm cursed too." I blinked, surprised, and looked at him for the first time, trying to figure out what he meant. It didn't make sense. He couldn't be cursed. He was strong, he was kind, and despite all that I had experienced, his very presence brought light into my life. "No, I don't understand," I whispered. "Why do you say that? You're not like me." He sighed, his smile disappearing for a second as his gaze turned to the sky, as if searching for the right words. "I was born without a quirk," he said, his voice soft but charged with something deeper, which, to them, would only describe me as someone cursed. His words confused me even more. How could he compare to me? I, who had a power that only brought suffering, that destroyed everything in its path. And he, who was strong, who radiated a little light, a light that, somehow, always chased away the darkness that enveloped me, although sometimes if I looked close enough, I could see that there was darkness within him as well. I really didn't understand it. How could someone who seemed so confident, so determined, feel the same way I did? All I had known was destruction, fear, and the feeling that the best thing I could do was to get away from others. Because, in the end, I always ended up hurting those around me. My quirk wasn't a blessing, it was a curse, one that had robbed me of any chance of a normal life. But Izuku, he wasn't like that. I didn't know exactly when I started calling him brother. I had never before had a family that loved me, that took care of me. I didn't know what it was like to feel that. But being with him, being with Izuku, my brother, made everything change. It made me feel safe, something I thought was impossible before. And beyond the security, I felt something deeper, something I had longed for so long without knowing it. It made me feel loved. It was strange, almost disconcerting. I had never thought about having a family because for me, family had always been a source of pain, abandonment, fear. But with him, with Izuku, everything was different. He felt that, next to him, the world was not so dark. It made me feel protected. As if, for the first time in my life, someone was there to take care of me, without expecting anything in return. Without realizing it, one day I called him brother. The words just came out of my mouth, without thinking about them, as if they had always been there, waiting for the right moment to be spoken. Izuku was surprised at first, but then he smiled, that warm smile that made me feel like everything was okay, even when the world was still a dangerous and confusing place. It was like having a family that I had never known before, but that, in some way, was now part of my life. And while I didn't fully understand what that meant, every day I spent by him, I felt like I was learning what he really was. Now I live far from that place, from all the pain and darkness. Now my life is so different from what it used to be, that sometimes I find it hard to believe that all this is real. I have a new hair color, something I never would have imagined. Midoriya helped me choose it. At first I was nervous, but when I saw the result, I felt happy. I also have a nice ribbon that he gave me. I use it every day because it reminds me of how much I've changed. My days are quiet now. I have clean, soft clothes. There are no old or dirty clothes to hurt my skin anymore. And the food. I eat delicious food every day. I had never tasted so many delicious things before. Every bite makes me feel lucky, like I've finally arrived at a place where I belong. Best of all, I don't have to use my quirk if I don't want to. No one forces me. I can choose for myself. No one controls me, no one pushes me to do things I don't want to do. I have the power to say no, and that, to me, is everything. I also go to school. I know kids my age. At first, I felt insecure. I was afraid they wouldn't accept me, but I soon realized that many of them also have their own problems. We do activities together, and sometimes I dare to share my thoughts with them. I like to draw and read. Those moments are my favorites, when I can get lost in my thoughts and let my imagination run wild. My teacher is a good person too. She is always friendly and listens to me when I need to talk. I feel like I can trust her, something I didn't think was possible with adults. And most important of all, I can always count on my brother. No matter what happens, I know he'll always be there for me. And I don't care that brother Izuku says he's been cursed since the day he was born. He saved me. Now I see it differently. I see him happy. I don't know exactly why, but I don't care. He told me that we are going to move soon, to a place a little better than this. One closer to my school. I get excited just thinking about it. I know that no matter where we go, as long as we're together, everything will be fine. Because he has promised me, and so far, every promise he has made to me, he has fulfilled. So I'm not worried about what's coming, I'm not worried about what's going on in his heart, or what he thinks of himself. I'm happy for him, and that's enough for me. 000. I was standing in front of the imposing doors of the UA. There was something about that structure that was uncomfortable for me, perhaps because of the memories it aroused or perhaps because of what it now represented, having to be part of a system in which I had long since stopped believing in. My breathing was calm, but inside me, I felt a knot that I couldn't undo. I remembered all the times I dreamed as a child of walking through these same doors, imagining what it would be like to be here. But now, standing in front of them, that dream no longer belonged to me. I am not the child who aspired to be a hero, or even a symbol of hope. I no longer seek recognition or glory. I'm here for one reason only. This is for 𝗧𝗍𝗍. I reminded myself of that, trying to soften the feeling of discomfort in my chest, to give my sister a better life, away from all this. The cold morning air enveloped me, but it didn't bother me. He was used to the weight of the wind and the silence. My hands, scarred by relentless training and too early battles, remained in the pockets of my uniform as I scanned the horizon. Around them, other students passed by, talking to each other, excited about the day that was beginning. Some looked at me curiously, others with disdain. But most didn't recognize me, and that was what I preferred. To be one more face in the crowd. A shadow. A sigh escaped my lips as I took the first step towards the academy. Not to follow the path of a hero, but to fulfill my duty. 𝗧𝗍𝗍 was at her school, going about her daily routine. I knew that at the end of the day I would pick her up and we would go home together, which gave me a little sense of peace. Thinking about her always kept me focused, reminding me why I was doing all this. With that said, I just walked in, observing how big this place was. Every corner of the UA seemed designed to inspire greatness, to constantly remind you of what it means to be a hero. But to me, they were just empty walls, a reminder of what I had left behind. As I made my way through the halls, echoes of student voices enveloped me, but I paid no attention to them. Class 1A, Class 1A, where is it? Class 1B? This was not. Conversations hung in the air, full of excitement and nervousness about the day-to-day life at the academy. However, none of that mattered to me. As he continued walking, each word seemed more distant, as if he were part of a world he was no longer a part of. Really, the only thing that mattered to me was to do my job and make sure that 𝗧𝗍𝗍 was okay. That thought was the only thing that kept me standing in a place like this, full of memories and broken promises. Class 1H, I reminded myself. I had to focus on what I came to do. With that goal in mind, I quickened my pace through the corridors. As I went, the walls lined with posters and trophies reminded me of the ideal of being a hero, an ideal that no longer made sense to me. Everything here seemed focused on something I had long since left behind. I found room 1H at the end of the corridor. I let out a slight sigh, preparing myself for what was to come. As I opened the door and walked in, I realized something wasn't right. The capacity of the room was clearly for about 30 people, but there were only 7 students in their seats. Is this all? Thought. Maybe the entrance exam was a lot more complicated than I imagined, or maybe there was something else I didn't know. Without thinking too much about it, I decided to focus on what was important: finding my place. Since there were few students, I opted for a seat in the front row, right in front. Not that I wanted to stand out, but at least I could get out quickly if I needed to. At least the few who were in the classroom did not notice my presence and continued to talk to each other. Thank goodness. The scars on my face always aroused unwanted attention. I wish I could wear a handkerchief to cover my mouth and nose, hide them from everyone's view, but in the UA, with all its rules and protocols, that wasn't an option. I leaned against the desk and let out another sigh. At least I hope the professor isn't an idiot, I thought as I waited for all this to start. At that moment, the door opened and the professor entered, introducing himself as 𝗧𝗍𝗍𝗍, aka Power Loader, the digging hero. To my surprise, he was wearing a formal suit instead of his typical hero costume. Good start, I thought with a touch of irony, as he greeted the class with a rather relaxed attitude. I'm 𝗧𝗍𝗍𝗍, and I'll be in charge of the support department, so feel free to ask questions. At this time, we are going to begin with the presentation ceremony together with the other rooms of the department. This means we'll take a little tour of the facility, he said as he gestured for us to follow him. It was something like a tourist guide through the UA, which I thought, at least useful. Knowing where everything was could save me problems in the future, especially so that I don't get lost like that day again. It could be interesting, I silently admitted as I got up from my seat to follow the group. The professor had mentioned that the 3 classrooms of the support department would be under his management, and it didn't take long for me to realize that we were fewer students than I had imagined. We were barely 30. Oddly, but perhaps not everyone was willing to work on the stand instead of the battlefield. Professor 𝗧𝗵𝗲 began the tour, talking enthusiastically about each place we would visit. However, before continuing, he mentioned that he would have the help of someone special for orientation. Another teacher? I thought nonchalantly. The enthusiasm he showed didn't seem to rub off on me, and I expected something boring. It was then that I felt something strange, an unexpected sense of dread that ran down my spine. It was not common to feel that way, much less here in a place like this. Hello everyone. The cheerful, familiar voice pulled me out of my thoughts. When I looked up, I saw her. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 𝗔𝗂𝗁, the same blonde girl who I'd met on the day of the test, unfortunately. There was something about her presence that made me uncomfortable, though I couldn't pinpoint exactly what, but it was a little annoying to me, though it wasn't rancor or envy. Maybe it was the way she radiated confidence, or maybe it was the fact that someone like her stood out so much. Or, more likely, the memory of that brief conversation we had while walking through the UA on the day of the test, which still made me uncomfortable. I had felt exposed at the time, although she was just showing understanding. Some students began to mumble, wondering why anyone from the hero course, and in particular one of the Big Four, was here, in the support department. The uncertainty did not last long, as Professor 𝗧𝗵𝗲 quickly intervened to clarify the situation. Don't be confused, he said in a firm voice. Despite being part of the hero course, Miss Shield has also proven to be a great inventor. That is why he will join us today. Nice to meet you, Melissa greeted, slightly tilting her head with a smile. The praise did not take long to appear. Everyone began to praise her skill, intelligence, and talent, as if she were an unattainable idol. Melissa smiled modestly, receiving the compliments as if she were used to them. I, on the other hand, took a couple of steps back, instinctively moving away until I was at the back of the group. The relief was almost palpable when I realized that she had not recognized me. I wasn't sure how she would have reacted if I had, but at least, for now, I was just another face in the crowd. And that, at this moment, was all I needed. With all that said, the journey began. As we went, I listened in silence, memorizing every detail that Professor 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and Melissa mentioned about the various departments and key sites. Unlike the others, who seemed full of questions and concerns, I didn't have anything I wanted to ask. What mattered to me was to understand the place, not to stand out or attract attention. Melissa and the professor patiently answered each question, describing the equipment available, the possibilities for future projects, and how we could collaborate with the heroes and other departments. It was useful information, so I made sure to write it down in the notebook I brought with me. As we walked through the corridors, surrounded by excited voices, I continued to stay on the sidelines, observing every corner and taking note of the key points so as not to get lost later. It's always good to have useful information. As we passed near the large courtyard, I saw a group of students in the middle of an activity. Some of the boys in my group began to mumble, curious. Who are they? One of the students asked, while tilting his head to look better. Melissa, who seemed to have answers for everything, smiled and explained, that's Class 1A of the hero course. And apparently his teacher in charge skipped the presentation ceremony to go head-on to the physical dexterity test. Really? Being from the hero course must be very cool, continued another, with admiration shining in his eyes. I've heard stories about them. Some are very strong and have done a good job in the last acceptance tests for the hero course. Melissa added, her tone full of respect. They say that the first places of those tests are in that class, commented a student enthusiastically, clearly impressed by the fame that surrounded them. And so, other comments of admiration and respect followed, filling the air with palpable enthusiasm. The conversation revolved around those students of the hero course, as if they were already living legends. I would love to have a chance to train with them, said one of the students longingly, maybe even learn some of their techniques. Can you imagine being able to fight alongside them on a real mission? Commented another, his eyes shining with the idea, it would be amazing. The sound of an explosion was present in just an instant. What was that? One of the students exclaimed, surprised by the explosion that echoed through the corridors. The conversation stopped suddenly, and all eyes were directed towards the courtyard. It must be your test of skill. They are surely demonstrating their quirks, Melissa said with a mixture of excitement and admiration in her voice. Comments of amazement began to multiply, filling the air with a mixture of excitement and envy. I'd love to have a quirk like that. Imagine the kind of teamwork we could do, said another student, his voice full of energy. Yes, and what it must feel like to be a true hero, fighting alongside them, answered another, his eyes shining with excitement. I stood still, my mind receding to dark memories I thought I had buried. The explosion echoed in my ears, bringing back images of the past, the despair, the beatings, the anger I had sworn to contain. My fist clenched tightly, my knuckles paling as I struggled to maintain my self-control. That explosion quirk, I recognized, was that guy, Bakugo Katsuki. The mere mention of his name unleashed a wave of repressed emotions, bad memories, frustration, and pain. As I remembered it, memories came to me of those moments when chaos had reigned in my life. Memories of a time when mockery and humiliation were my daily bread, and despair became a constant shadow. You're just a useless Quirkless. Deku, 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 De. The repetition of his name echoed in my mind like a heartbreaking echo. Anger began to build up inside me, trembling with helplessness as I fought the surge of memories. I remembered that day, the entrance exam, the moment when I saw him shine while I was only a spectator. Now he was here, in the course of heroes, in the place he despised so much. My anger grew, like a storm I couldn't control. Stupid heroes. I cursed quietly, feeling the frustration take over me. Damn. What do they know about heroism? They let someone die for being useless. Indignation seeped through my veins, a rage that I could not suppress. Every word I uttered resonated with the truth of my suffering, the pain of a past that had marked me. The group of students around me continued to talk with admiration about the heroes, knowing nothing, ignorant, stupid of greatness, fame, damned. The hypocrisy of the system suffocated me. Heroes were celebrated, while behind the glittering facade was hidden indifference. My hands were shaking, and my mind was torn between the desire to break something, to release all that pent-up rage, and the need to contain myself. My gaze focused on the ground, searching for answers in the cracks in the pavement, as the internal storm continued to whip through my mind. Suddenly, someone's voice broke my trance. Hey, are you okay? The concern in her eyes seemed genuine, but soon the anger that overwhelmed me changed to fear when I realized that it was Melissa Shield, who was staring at me. Oh no, that's what I thought. Wait, I know you are Midoriya Izuku. I didn't expect to see you here. I thought you would be in the hero course. What a big surprise. I didn't expect to see you in the support department. Her tone was light, almost jovial, combined with her optimism, made me feel a kind of discomfort, which reminded me of when I met her. Melissa soon started talking too much, asking things as if her energy was contagious. How did it go? Did you decide on the support department for the hero course? How do you feel about being here? My answers were short and mechanical, as if my words were meant to follow protocol rather than actually communicate. I've been fine. Blown. I became more interested in the support department. Every word was an effort, a way to deflect his enthusiasm without seeming rude. She kept talking, oblivious to my inner state. That sounds great. It'll be exciting to be around all those innovations and technology. You made a good decision. Her enthusiasm was contagious, but at that moment, I just wanted it to stop. As I tried to process her words, I heard the murmurs of my teammates. Why does he seem so close to Shield? Are you friends yet? Muttered one, envy evident in his voice. I can't believe he's here and not in the hero course, said another, her tone filled with disdain. Her words floated around me, like an echo of the insecurities I had carried with me for so long. I tried to ignore the comments, but the discomfort increased. I didn't want to be the focus of attention. Fortunately, the professor appeared, interrupting the conversation and bringing a sigh of relief to my weary soul. Miss Shield, we must finish the ceremony soon to start classes, he announced in an authoritative but kind voice. Melissa, realizing that she had talked too much, blushed slightly. Oh, I'm sorry, everyone. Sometimes I get too excited. he said, smiling nervously. "Excuse me if I have taken up your time." With that, she turned to me. "Midoriya, I'm so sorry. We'll talk later, okay?" Her tone was sincere, and for a moment, her concern seemed genuine. "Okay," I replied, feeling a slight relief that I could finally go silent. As Melissa walked away to meet the rest of the students, I took a deep breath, thankful that the spotlight was no longer on me. The murmur in the room began to morph into a mixture of excitement and nervousness as students prepared for the next stage of their journey. The professor continued with the ceremony, talking about the objectives of the course and what was expected of us. Although his voice was clear and direct, my mind kept wandering, struggling to focus on what he was saying. The explosion, the memory of Bakugo, and all the pain I had felt came back to my mind like shadows that refused to dissipate. Fortunately, I managed to suppress them and not let them control me. It was a constant effort, but I had learned to lock those memories in a dark corner of my mind, away from the light of the present. When the ceremony finally concluded, I felt a little lighter. A small victory in the midst of the emotional storm. Melissa, for her part, said goodbye to everyone and thanked her for her time. I looked around, watching my classmates as they dispersed to return to their seats, and thus begin classes. The energy in the air was palpable, full of excitement and anticipation. At least, he wouldn't be anywhere near Bakugo or those heroes, ever again. That thought offered me a brief relief. And when the teacher arrived, this time dressed in his hero costume, he started the class, the basics of support tools for heroes, the analysis of quirks. 000. Sunlight streamed through the office windows, illuminating the space with a warm glow. Yagi Tashinori, in his civilian form, sat at the table, enjoying a sweet, quiet moment with his successor. The atmosphere was relaxing, interrupted only by the soft murmur of the students in the hallway. "How was your first day as a teacher, Uncle Tashinori?" that girl asked with a big smile and optimism. Yagi smiled, feeling the warmth of the atmosphere in his chest. "It's been exciting. Seeing the students so enthusiastic reminds me of my own days at UA." "That's great," she exclaimed, her eyes shining with excitement. "I've always admired how you inspire others. What kind of classes have you taught today?" "Mostly hero theory and a bit of practical training. But the best part was seeing their reactions when learning about combat strategies," he replied, his voice full of pride. "It must have been a great experience. It must be amazing to be a role model for them," said his successor, leaning forward slightly, eager to hear more. Yagi smiled, feeling the warmth of the heat in his chest. "It was a great experience, although there was one student with great power and determination who almost caused an accident," Tashinori admitted, his expression becoming more serious. "I hope I can guide him down the right path." Tashinori wondered what his student was thinking when he used those explosive gauntlets. If he hadn't intervened, the other students would have ended up injured and in the hospital, just on the first day of school. His concern grew as he recalled the chaotic scene, and he knew he had to act with firmness and understanding. "What exactly happened?" his successor asked, her eyes filled with interest and concern. "It all started with a combat practice exercise. This kid seemed determined to prove his strength, but he didn't think about the consequences. The explosion was almost uncontrollable," Yagi said, remembering the adrenaline he had felt when he launched himself towards the group to save them and send them to safety. "I had to stop him before he caused a bigger disaster." She frowned. "It's understandable that he wants to show his potential, but he must learn to control it." "Exactly," Tashinori replied, feeling the responsibility of guiding the new generation. "Not everyone understands that being a hero is not only about power, but also responsibility." As they continued to talk, the atmosphere in the office was filled with laughter and shared moments, creating a stronger bond between mentor and mentee. It was a sweet and meaningful moment, a reminder of the joy that came with the act of teaching and learning. "And you, young Melissa? Has anything interesting happened to you while supporting the professor in the support department?" Tashinori asked, smiling as he looked at her curiously. Melissa lit up the room with her usual smile and enthusiasm. All the new students were quite nice and very determined to support the heroes. They even screamed in surprise when they found out I was there, she said while laughing at the memory. Tashinori also laughed, feeling happy to see his successor so excited. That's the reaction we all want to have. It's inspiring to see the new generation with so much enthusiasm. Remember, that energy is contagious. You are inspiring them too. Melissa nodded, feeling a mix of pride and responsibility. I really want them to feel comfortable and know that they can always count on me, just like you, Uncle. After all, on this journey, they're not just learning to be heroes, but to be a team. However, Melissa changed the topic a bit, though there was one surprise student I really didn't expect to see. Remember that Quirkless kid who got the highest score in the hero entrance exam? He's in the support department. Can you believe it? Toshinori raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Really? He said, curiosity palpable in his voice. The veteran hero recalled the performance he saw from a young aspirant named Midoriya Izuku, who had scored highly on the hero entrance exam. Midoriya had shown exceptional courage in saving other aspirants from combat robots, even when it meant putting himself at risk. That boy, Toshinori continued, his expression turning nostalgic, he saved others even though he could have been hurt. Although he later said some hurtful words to them, deep down, he showed a hero's heart. It was like watching a great hero in the making. Melissa nodded, understanding the connection. Yes, I've heard about him. The way he risked his safety to help others speaks volumes about his character. He definitely embodies the heroic spirit. Exactly, Toshinori said, a proud smile appearing on his face. What a pity he isn't in the hero course. I would have given him a great welcome. Melissa nodded, sharing her mentor's concern. Don't worry, I can give him a big welcome when he goes to the support department, she said, her enthusiasm returning. Toshinori smiled, feeling relieved. That would be perfect. Your energy always cheers others up. I'm sure you would make him feel right at home. I definitely want him to know that there is a place for him here, no matter what his abilities are. Melissa replied with determination. I would love to organize a small gathering, maybe invite some of the other students. It would be a nice boost for their confidence. That's a great idea, Toshinori stated, admiring his successor's initiative. Thinking about how he made a great choice when he chose her as the next bearer of his quirk, which has been around for almost a total of 9 generations, with Melissa's shield being the 9th bearer. The day he must retire completely, he knows that the future of his legacy will be in good hands. By the way, Uncle Toshinori, Melissa said, interrupting his thoughts. Yeah. He replied, turning his attention back to her. I already have the support ready so that you can use a large part of your power for longer, without so much wear and tear, Melissa announced, her enthusiasm palpable. I know you don't like using support devices, but I've been working on a new device that would fit your needs. I'm sure this could help you perform at your best without the risk of quickly depleting your energy. Toshinori looked at her in surprise and admiration. Really? That sounds impressive, Melissa. I knew you had an exceptional talent for technology, but this is a big step. Thank you, Uncle Toshinori, she said, blushing slightly. I have been researching and experimenting with light and strong materials that can withstand your power. I want you to be at your best when you face the villains. You worry too much about me, darling, Toshinori replied, smiling tenderly, but don't worry, I won't be as stubborn as before. I've learned that accepting help is a crucial part of being a hero. Melissa smiled upon hearing those words. That makes me happy, because we all need a little support from time to time. Sometimes, even the strongest heroes have to let others help them. It's true. I never thought my legacy would fall to a person as talented and dedicated as you, Toshinori admitted, his gaze reflecting pride. I'm excited for what the future holds for us. And I am excited to show you that I can be a great heroine, Melissa replied, her determination shining in her eyes. When you are ready, I want us to test the device. I would love to see how it helps you in action. That is a plan that excites me, Toshinori said, his voice full of energy. Together, we will make the future of UA and the heroes bright. After all, a great heroine needs a great teacher by her side. With a mix of laughter and a renewed sense of purpose, they both rose from the table. It was a day to remember, not just for the shared lunch, but for the promise of a future where their paths as mentor and mentee intertwined, ready to face any challenge that came their way. I walked through the empty halls of the UA, listening to the echo of my footsteps echoing on the walls. The teacher in my classroom had requested to see me at the development workshop, a place I had only heard once, but I only know that this is where support gadgets were created. Apparently, I had been struck by what I did in class, a detailed analysis of a quirk, taking a professional hero as an example. Not only that, there was also the makeshift prototype he had designed, a quick idea of how to improve that hero's suit to optimize the use of his power. I didn't know I still had that ability. I thought those days were behind me, along with that old me who dreamed of being a hero. I remembered those moments of my childhood, when I would sit alone in my room, with papers strewn everywhere, analyzing the quirks of the heroes I admired. I would mentally dissect them, assess their strengths and weaknesses, and draw imaginary lines on how they could improve them. The enthusiasm I felt was almost obsessive, a boy without a quirk, fascinated by the quirks. It was a cruel irony, as if the universe was making fun of me. Sometimes, it seemed to me that this interest was what made my life at school worse. The other kids saw in me an easy target, the nerd who dreamed of something I could never have. The harassment was constant. Mockery, pushing, sometimes worse. All because I dared to dream. Yet here I was at the UA, in an academy full of future heroes, of faces seeking glory. At least, being here had its perks, despite being surrounded by hypocrites who only seek fame and recognition. I shut down my feelings, trying not to let those bitter thoughts take over. I had learned to control that cynicism, but it still crept in from time to time, reminding me of bad things. The corridors felt cold, impersonal, like a reflection of the same heroic system that sought to create tomorrow's heroes. Despite what it seems, the academy is full of future idols, not heroes. I saw it in the faces of the other students, looking for fame, recognition, money, women, but few really willing to carry the burden of protecting others. That is why I preferred to walk alone, away from them, away from their laughter and empty talks. I turned a corner and heard a couple of voices, loud enough to interrupt my thoughts. 2 third-year students were walking a few meters ahead, talking to each other. They kept their voices low, but not so low that I couldn't hear what they were saying. "Did you hear about the attack on Class 1A? One asked, with a mixture of amazement and concern in his voice. "Yes, it was during your first rescue practice on the USJ, wasn't it?" The other replied, "Apparently, a group of villains ambushed them." Villains attacking in the middle of campus. Isn't it crazy? I paused for a moment. The USJ. I remembered hearing about it, an attack on the UA. It was in the news for weeks. The media all but destroyed the academy, criticizing its safety, the incompetence of the professional heroes, and the fact that students, in their first year, were exposed to such extreme risk. The headlines were fierce. Does the UA lose control? Heroes fail to protect their own students. The attack not only physically injured the students, but left a deep scar on the reputation of the UA. The images of the news kept flashing through my mind, like a distant but persistent echo. Students with pale and exhausted faces, empty eyes that barely reflected the trauma experienced. I watched them being dragged away by the media, forced to relive the attack over and over again in front of the cameras, while journalists gloated over every morbid detail. It seemed that they were looking for a dramatic story rather than the truth. And the heroes? They, as always, try to save face with empty statements full of apologies. I returned to focus on the students' conversation. And how did they survive the attack? The first asked, clearly intrigued. They say it was thanks to All Might, Erased Head and 13. The other replied, although they were injured, they managed to win. I paused for a moment, letting his words sink into my mind. Really? The surprise in his voice was palpable, loaded with that typical disbelief they felt at the idea that someone, apart from All Might, could do something worthy of admiration. Well, anyway, it must have been a miracle that there were no more wounded, or worse, deaths. You can always count on the heroes. I stood still, listening as their voices drifted away, slowly dissipating into the distance, as if the whole world shared that same blind belief. I clenched my fists. You can always count on the heroes. An empty phrase that resonated in my mind, a lie that the system was responsible for repeating ad nauseum, an illusion that people desperately clung to. I wondered how those same students, those same people, would feel if they knew the truth, that heroes also fail, that they don't always arrive on time, that sometimes the world is not filled with light and rainbows as those stupid media insist on portraying, that it really is a disgusting and dark world. The values they promote, they are so false. A hero isn't always the right answer, let alone a figure you should blindly entrust your life to. But no one wants to know that, right? No one wants to see beyond the glitter of All Might, the symbol of peace, and other heroes. For them, it's easier to continue to believe that heroes are invincible, that they always win, that they'll always be there to save the day. I wonder how much time they have left before their bubble bursts. Images of the news headlines reappeared in my mind. The attack on the USJ, its security failing, heroes who could have failed, students suffering the consequences. And yet, the narrative was still intact. Everything went well because of the heroes. How close did they come to losing someone? How much more could they take before it all fell apart? I had seen it up close. Brother, are you okay? Eri was sitting at the table in our new house, with a genuine smile on her face, something that seemed impossible before. She was enjoying a meal I prepared for her, joyfully chewing each bite, while her eyes sparkled with excitement. To see her happy, safe, without that dark shadow of her past that used to haunt her. I remember when she asked me that. Her voice soft, worried, but full of an affection that she could not express before. Said yes. Actually, it wasn't quite right. But knowing that she was no longer living in fear made me lie with a smile, because that was what mattered. I let out the air slowly, trying to control the rage that was always boiling beneath the surface. I couldn't afford to lose control here, not now. Keep those bad memories, I told myself. That they do not go out. Don't be controlled. Continued walking towards the development workshop. Remembering my only reason for being in a place I hate, to make enough money to help my younger sister. None of that, it mattered more to me. So I reached the workshop, stopping at the steel door. Something inside me was telling me that I was about to make a mistake, but it was already here, so I just walked over and touched it, hoping someone would open it. Suddenly, a deafening noise resounded from inside, and without warning, the door exploded in an explosion. I immediately stepped aside. Smoke and ash covered the hallway, and although I was almost surprised, I managed to back up in time to avoid the worst impact. When the smoke cleared, the first thing I saw was a girl with her face covered in dust and ash, lying on the ground. She was clearly stunned, muttering to herself, as if trying to figure out what had just happened. Her hair, now messy, was splattered with soot, and there was a mixture of confusion and excitement on her face. Before I could fully process it, I heard a furious scream coming from inside the workshop. "𝗵𝗃, I told you do not do that." An irritated and desperate voice echoed from within the room. The girl, apparently named 𝗵𝗃, raised her head with a dazzling smile, as if nothing had gone wrong. Her eyes were shining brightly, which immediately caught my attention. It seemed like she had a quirk in her eyes, one she didn't know about, but that wasn't the only thing that troubled me. "Hello!" she exclaimed excitedly, nimbly getting up from the ground and brushing off the dust. "I'm 𝗵𝗃, from the support department. Sorry for the outburst. That happens when you're so close to innovation." She winked at me with overflowing energy. I was silent for a moment, still bewildered by all that had just happened. Her positive and curious attitude was contagious, but at the same time, she reminded me too much of someone else. That energy, that excessive confidence. She reminded me of a certain blonde girl. That same certainty in itself, that way of moving forward without looking back, as if nothing was serious enough to stop it. Which caused me a slight discomfort. But before I could say anything, 𝗵𝗃 moved closer, inspecting me as if I were some kind of prototype. "Oh," she said, her eyes twinkling, "you're that boy I was told about. The one who did that analysis of the quirks. How exciting!" Her enthusiasm was almost overwhelming. "Do you have any ideas for new developments? Because I'm more than ready to blow it all up again, if I have to." Her energy was inexhaustible, and her intensity made me feel a little out of place. But before I could think of a proper answer, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was already circling around me, looking at my uniform and hands as if at any moment she was going to jump into some project with me as her test subject. No, wait. I tried to intervene, raising my hands slightly in pause. I only came because... It doesn't matter. She interrupted with a beaming smile. I know exactly what kind of upgrades you may need. My discomfort grew as she approached with a gleam of excitement in her eye, but she didn't seem to intend to stop. Just as I was about to answer, a scream echoed through the air. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, leave him alone. My classroom teacher, 𝗧𝗵𝗲, known as Power Loader, exclaimed as he appeared on the threshold, his expression grave and determined. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 stopped in her tracks in surprise and looked at 𝗧𝗪𝗧 as if she were about to protest, but he raised a hand in warning. Once 𝗧𝗵𝗲 left, the professor turned to me, her features softening slightly. I'm sorry for the disaster, Midoriya. You know what 𝗧𝗵𝗲 is like. Her creativity often leads her to experiment without thinking about the consequences. Some of her creations end up exploding literally. I will avoid long conversations and I will better ask. Why exactly did you call me, Professor? The professor sighed, adjusting his helmet with a thoughtful gesture. As you may know, the support department is more than just a department of academia. It is a competitive environment where students must improve their abilities to create useful inventions that attract the attention of companies and demonstrate their potential. My job, along with other teachers, is to make sure they have the foundation to excel. However, sometimes we find students with exceptional abilities who require extra attention. I was silent, processing his words. In short, you mean me? I asked, a little confused. Precisely, the professor stated. I've been watching your detailed analysis of the quirk of the professional hero 𝗵𝗃. You have raised the possibility that he can fly with certain modifications to his suit, optimizing the use of his power. Not many students have the ability to think so analytically about the details of others' quirks. The professor's words resonated with me, but they also aroused a sense of distrust. Perhaps it was because those words came from a UA hero. However, this conversation had nothing to do with a false heroism that I despised. It was business. And even if I didn't like working for those stupid heroes, I could get something out of it, to help 𝗧𝗪𝗧. Then what are you asking me to do? I asked, keeping my voice steady. Professor 𝗧𝗪𝗧 leaned forward, his expression serious. Do you remember the attack on the students of the hero course? I want you to help me upgrade their equipment so they can be safe if things get dangerous. This proposal comes directly from Director Nizu. I felt a wave of frustration wash over me. The idea of collaborating with the UA, its aspiring heroes, its costumes, made me feel uncomfortable and disgusted. However, I knew that a business was a business. And how much am I going to earn for this? I asked, trying to maintain a professional attitude. If you're good at something, never do it for free. The professional like Power Loader should know that. He took a moment before answering, his gaze fixed on me, as if he were gauging my reaction. That will depend on what you propose and the results you get. But I can assure you that it will be a good deal. The idea of being compensated for my work began to seem more appealing to me. Perhaps all was not lost. I could use this opportunity to create something useful while also strengthening my source of income as well as expenses. Okay, I agree, I said without further ado, but I don't want to just get involved in the creative process. I want to make sure that what we design actually works. I like your attitude, Green. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, who had been listening to the conversation with a mischievous smile on her face, interrupted. The girl looked excited, as if she was about to get into a new adventure. The way she pronounced Green was strange to me, but I couldn't help but feel a little flattered. It was a nickname, and, honestly, it was better than the other one I try to forget, so let's leave it at that. Okay, then let's do this. Professor 𝗧𝗪𝗧 continued, taking out a notebook, a pen, and some documents with information about the students of the hero course and their respective quirks. What improvements do you think would be most effective for the student team? We need them to be functional and, above all, safe. We can also present your analysis to improve your management of your quirk. As I looked at the leaves, the names and descriptions of the quirks began to take shape in my mind. Each had its own strengths and weaknesses, and it was crucial to leverage that to design improvements that would really make a difference. To begin with, I think we should focus on the suits of those students who rely heavily on their mobility, I said, feeling the spark of creativity begin to grow inside me. For example, the quirk of the student 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲, the one that can generate electricity, could benefit from a suit that not only protects it, but also allows you to channel your energy more efficiently. Maybe a system of conductors that redirects electricity in a controlled way. Professor 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗧𝗔 nodded, taking notes quickly, as 𝗧𝗵𝗲 approached, clearly interested. That's great. If we can implement a cooling system as well, he could use his quirk for longer without worrying about overloading, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 added with inordinate glee. Exactly, I continued, feeling more relaxed. We should also consider those who have defensive skills, such as student Kirishima. A suit that amplifies its ability to harden could make it even stronger. Maybe a material that responds to your quirk and makes it more durable. As we discussed ideas, the conversation became more fluid, each contributing details and suggestions. It was strange for me to find myself enjoying this. As if I had found something else. I'm not sure. Better to concentrate on work. And let's not forget those who require more interaction with the environment. I added the suits of object manipulators, like student Uraraka, could benefit from a suit that helps her better calculate the gravity of the objects they lift. Something that allows them to anticipate the movement of their targets. Professor 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗧𝗔 wrote fervently in his notebook, his expression becoming more and more animated with each suggestion I made. 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗧𝗔 was paying attention, nodding excitedly each time he added a new detail. I've also been thinking about students 𝗎𝗎𝗎𝗎 and 𝗎𝗎𝗎𝗎, I said, looking at the documents their quirks showed. They both have specific needs that we could address with specialized suits. For 𝗎𝗎𝗎𝗎𝗎, since her quirk relies on creating objects from her own biomass, a suit designed from her DNA could allow her to optimize her creations without having to expose himself as much. 𝗧𝗧𝗎𝗎𝗎 looked up, clearly interested in the idea. A suit that responds to their DNA? He asked. If that's possible, we could integrate it with sensors that anticipate the type of material you need to generate, adjusting the suit to give you better power distribution without depleting your reserve. I nodded. Exactly. That way, it could be more efficient in combat without putting its health or exposure at risk. As for 𝗎𝗎𝗎𝗎𝗎, her invisibility quirk makes her virtually undetectable, but that also means that her current suit doesn't help her in situations where more protection or advanced stealth is needed. 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗧𝗔, ever the enthusiastic inventor, chimed in. We could make a suit with advanced camouflage technology that blends in with its surroundings. Something that is not only invisible, but also protects it and allows it to act more effectively in stealth missions. We could also use her DNA, I added. If we can synthesize a material that responds to her genetic conditions, it would be possible to create a suit that disappears along with her, but with enough flexibility and resistance to protect her in combat. Professor 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗧𝗔 nodded, clearly excited about the direction we were going. These ideas are brilliant. With the help of 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗧𝗔, S.H.I.E.L.D. and our labs, we will be able to develop prototypes that make a difference. It will be a big challenge, but if we can improve the integration of the suits with each student's genetics, we could revolutionize the way young heroes use their quirks. Professor 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗧𝗔 seemed more excited with every word, and 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗧𝗏, with his characteristic enthusiasm, was already beginning to sketch in his notebook some of the ideas we were discussing. When he mentioned that we would work together with S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Academy's labs, something inside me changed slightly. Don't pay too much attention to it. As we all gathered around the table, I was beginning to feel a strange sense of tranquility. It wasn't like in those corridors where I only saw arrogant faces and inflated egos of hypocrites. This time, he wasn't surrounded by idiot heroes or thugs who didn't know how to use their quirks intelligently, or who took advantage of the weak. I was here talking to people who supported me, who really understood and valued what I could do. People, not heroes in the sense he despised. They, like me, were analysts. They saw the quirks for what they were, tools to be used efficiently, not as badges of glory or fame. Maybe it's not so bad, I thought, somewhat surprised by the calm that spread within me. At this point, I didn't have to prove anything. I didn't have to endure empty speeches about being number one. We were just talking about business, something tangible and useful. something that could help me improve my resources, my equipment, and help Eri. Hatume, noticing my silence, shot me a playful look. Green. Don't stay silent, I know you have more ideas in that head of yours, she said with her usual contagious energy. I let out a slight sigh, cracking a small smile that almost surprised me. Don't worry, I have some other suggestions, I replied, settling into the chair while I collected the documents and notes on the students' quirks. I was starting to enjoy the creative process, oddly enough. If this was going to be a business, then I would make sure it was my business. Okay, let's continue, Professor Higuchi concluded, as we all nodded, ready to dive deeper into the development of the improvements. 000. The sound of firm footsteps echoed through the hallway before the classroom doors slowly opened. Yaoyorozu Momo and Ida Tenya entered with the usual composure that characterized them. Class 1A, occupied with scattered conversations and individual assignments, fell silent upon noticing the presence of their representatives. Ida, as always, was the first to speak, with an upright posture and his voice projecting through the classroom with energy. Class 1, attention. We have an important announcement. Yaoyorozu Momo, always serene and elegant, stepped forward with a folder in her hands, smiling slightly. The support department has sent us excellent news. After analyzing our abilities and the challenges we've faced recently, they've come up with significant improvements to our hero costumes. In addition, they have prepared detailed analyses of our quirks that will help us maximize our potential. A murmur of excitement ran through the room. It was rare for the support department to take so long to develop specific recommendations, and the expectation was growing among students. Looks of amazement and pride began to cross the faces of the class. This includes suggestions for technological and tactical improvements for each of us, Ida continued enthusiastically. The reports include detailed analyses of our quirks, which will not only allow us to improve our skills, but also understand how we can better adapt to different combat situations. Yaoyorozu, with a diplomatic smile, began to hand out the folders containing the individual reports. As he walked between desks, he commented encouragingly, "These improvements are the result of a direct collaboration between the support department and some external experts. I am confident that these recommendations will give us a crucial advantage for our upcoming challenges." The enthusiasm in the class increased with each delivery. Bakugo, although trying to maintain his typical disinterested expression, couldn't help but mutter, "This is stupid," crossing his arms and dismissing the report. "I don't need you to tell me how to be stronger." He turned around, making it clear that he had no intention of reading anything, but a gleam of curiosity peeked into his eyes. Beside him, Uraraka flashed an enthusiastic smile as she flipped through her report. "I didn't know I could use ginger to fight motion sickness. And swimming to get used to resisting better. This is great." Her excitement was contagious, and she quickly attracted the attention of others. Todoroki, for his part, stopped reading when the report mentioned that he should use his fire more often. His expression became serious, and he closed the folder with a sigh. "Do you really have to insist on that?" He muttered to himself, feeling the pressure of expectations. "I will never use that fire." At the back of the classroom, Shinso was flipping through his report with a concentrated expression, but he wasn't talking to anyone. He was absorbed in the analysis, sometimes surprising with what he read, not wanting to share his experience with his colleagues. However, his frown indicated that he had found something interesting. Kaminari and Ishido exchanged excited glances. "I didn't know that our quirks could be combined somehow." Kaminari exclaimed, unable to contain his enthusiasm. "This could open up so many possibilities. Imagine what we could do together in combat." Ishido nodded vigorously. "Yes, can you imagine what we could create? An explosive combination." Their infectious laughter caused others in the classroom to turn to them, taking an interest in their comments. Meanwhile, Hagakure was visibly intrigued. "I didn't know that clothes could be created by combining my DNA," she commented, surprised. "Is that really possible?" Her voice was a mixture of amazement and curiosity. Yaoyorozu, listening to her, nodded energetically. "I didn't know anything about that either. It's fascinating how our skills can complement each other in ways we hadn't considered. You should try some tests, Hagakure. You might be surprised at what you can achieve." Off to the side, 𝗧𝗏, who had been listening, perked up. Guys, imagine a suit that camouflages itself and is also functional. We could have an incredible tactical advantage. The atmosphere in the classroom was charged with excitement, and Class 1A, now more united than ever, eagerly awaited the improvements to come. The discussions intensified, creating a vibrant atmosphere full of possibilities. Some students exchanged ideas on how to implement the recommendations in their reports, while others reflected on their own skills. Maybe we should do a joint training session to test all this, suggested Ida, excited by the idea of working as a team. With these new improvements, we could be more effective than ever. Yes? Uraraka shouted, raising a fist in approval. Let's train. With a renewed sense of purpose, Class 1A immersed themselves in the details of their reports, each keen to discover how they could make the most of their abilities to meet the challenges that awaited them. However, not everyone was so interested in the recommendations. Bakugo was still with his arms crossed, staring out the window, muttering that it was a waste of time. Extra help. Yes, of course, I already know how my quirk works, he stated quietly, completely dismissing the report in front of him. Todoroki, although he had closed his folder, remained lost in thought, staring at the ground, feeling a mixture of frustration at the suggestions about his fire. I will never use that fire, he thought, not paying attention to the lively conversation of his companions. Shinso, in the back, was still focused on his report, but it was noticeable that his mind was distant. Although he had found interesting information, he had no intention of sharing it with others. His introspective attitude made him seem disconnected from the hustle and bustle of the classroom. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Kaminari and Ishido became even more enthusiastic about their ideas of quirk combinations, making exaggerated gestures and laughing among themselves, not noticing that Bakugo was looking at them disapprovingly. Do you really think this will work? Kaminari asked, still with a smile on his face, while Ishido nodded his head, full of energy. Uraraka, for her part, continued to share her joy about ginger and swimming, infecting some of her teammates. Guys, we should do a test. Imagine if we could all resist seasickness better, she exclaimed enthusiastically. However, her enthusiasm only managed to attract the attention of a few. Hagakure, still intrigued by the possibility of creating clothes by combining her DNA, tried to share her discovery with those around her, but her words were lost in the cacophony of voices. Guys, we should investigate this together, she tried to say, but her voice was drowned out in the general talk. With an environment full of possibilities, it was evident that some of his colleagues were focused on work, while others were more interested in chatting and sharing ideas. Class 1A, in its diversity of personalities and abilities, kept going each in its own way, towards a future full of challenges and opportunities. Suddenly, student Kaminari raised his hand, interrupting the hubbub. Hey, who wrote all this? It's incredible how much detail there is in the reports, he asked, curious to know those responsible behind the meticulous preparation. Yaoyorozu smiled, appreciating the interest of his companions. Good question, Kaminari. These reports were put together by the support department and specially delivered by the hero power loader. He came personally to make the delivery, he explained enthusiastically. He was accompanied by his two best students, 𝗧𝗵𝗲, who is very outgoing and has impressive creativity, although she is very talkative, and a slightly more shy boy next to him, who could not say his name, but 𝗧𝗵 nicknamed him Green. So it is evident that they are a great team. 𝗧𝗵's mention caused several students to peek at their desks, remembering the young woman's vibrant energy. I'd love to meet her. He must have so many great ideas, Ishido commented, his eyes shining with excitement. Yes, it would be amazing to work with them, Uraraka added, imagining what they could create together. I hope they can visit us again soon. Meanwhile, Bakugo, who had been trying to ignore the conversation, soon noticed something he couldn't overlook. A shy boy nicknamed Green, along with a teacher and an extra maniac like that, doing something like that? Everything fit together irritatingly. It can't be, he muttered to himself as he opened his report, not out of curiosity to improve, but because there was something about those details that was strangely familiar, something he couldn't shake. And when he finally understood, a cry burst into his mind. Deku? His expression hardened immediately. The report creaked in his hands as he tore it up furiously. Only a useless person like him could do such stupidity, he exclaimed internally, pounding the table in frustration. The echo of his blow resounded briefly in the classroom, but, to his even greater frustration, none of his classmates seemed to pay much attention to him. Everyone was too immersed in their own reports or enthusiastic conversations about suggested improvements. Even Kirishima, who normally would have calmed him down, was busy talking to 𝗧𝗪 about how they would combine their quirks into a new strategy. Bakugo gritted his teeth, his anger growing as he felt that everyone ignored him. No one seemed to notice what he had just discovered. The fact that Deku, that useless man he had always considered a coward and a mere nuisance, was behind these reports burned him inside. He didn't need the ideas of a Deku who barely knew what it meant to be strong. The image of Deku's old notebooks filled with obsessive notes about others' quirks invaded his mind. The reports of that shit-stalker, he thought contemptuously. It was as if all that effort Deku had put into gathering information was now trying to overcome him, as if telling him that he was capable of analyzing and improving others. He let it go when he saw him in the entrance exam. He had ignored him, believing that he would simply get over it as always. But now, seeing him involved in something so meaningful to the class, even though no one seemed to notice it yet, made his blood boil. This could not remain like this. Bakugo snapped up, his chair creaking. His knuckles were white from clenching his fists so much. Deku had to understand his place. He always had. And if he now thought he could excel, that he could give advice to him and the rest of the class, he was terribly wrong. "I'm going to show who's the best, as always," he muttered in an icy voice, resolutely leaving the classroom as his fury consumed him, already drawing a plan in his mind to put Deku in his place, once again. 000. Everything seemed normal as I walked towards the exit. After a long and tiring day, filled with teacher-imposed assignments and Hatsume's endless ideas, I finally had a little time to myself. Or, rather, enough time to pick my sister up from school before it was too late. I didn't have to worry too much yet, but I knew I shouldn't miss a beat if I wanted to be on time. "I still have 30 minutes left," I repeated to myself, while mentally tracing the fastest path. Between the rush and the ideas swirling in my mind, I could hardly concentrate on anything else. My head was a whirlwind of thoughts, the training I had to follow so as not to lose my stamina, the detailed reports I had helped prepare for the costumes and skills of that class of heroes. I am surprised at how stupid they were not to know the basic functions of their quirks, accompanied by the pending tasks that continued to accumulate like mountains in front of me. Midoriya. Hello. I stopped in my tracks from the sudden fright. I turned my head quickly to see who was talking to me, and there she was, Melissa Shield. Melissa? I stammered without being able to hide my surprise. When had she started walking next to me? I had no idea how or when she had stood next to me. She had been so deep in my thoughts that I hadn't noticed it at all. I hadn't even noticed her presence at all. How strange. However, she didn't seem to notice my discomfort, and in a vibrant tone continued to speak. "It's impressive what you did with those reports. To combine quirks with technology in that way? It's amazing. I heard about your analysis of quirks and how you've helped improve the costume sketches of the students in the hero course. That wasn't exactly what I was proud of. Really, those sketches were just another task, a way to earn money to help my sister, money that the professor said he would deposit into my bank account, which I ended up creating, all in the same day." "It's not that bad," I replied, avoiding eye contact. I felt her joy as a distant echo. Something about her was uncomfortable to me. Her optimism, her kindness, were really uncomfortable. As she continued to speak, with infectious energy, I just listened. Melissa talked happily about her inventions, about how she saw the future of technology applied to heroism. And although I tried to keep the conversation going with direct answers and without much enthusiasm, every word I said was cutting and cold. And the worst thing is that it turns out that Melissa always takes this road to go home faster, the same one I used to get to Aries school early. As if fate insisted on crossing our paths in the most uncomfortable way possible. I felt how her presence broke the silence to which I had become accustomed, that stillness that allowed me to concentrate on what really mattered. arriving on time for 𝗧𝗧𝗏. I never expected that there would be another great inventor in this school. It's great that you chose the support department, Midoriya, Melissa said with a beaming smile, the kind of smile that would surely have made anyone happy except me. Yes, that's good, I murmured half-heartedly. A business was a business, I repeated to myself. I was in the support department out of necessity, not passion. I was no longer interested in standing out. I was no longer looking for that feeling of excitement that once gave me the simple fact of creating, of helping others to be better heroes. To Melissa, this probably meant something else, a way to contribute to the world with her inventions, a way to improve the lives of heroes. But for me, it was just a tool. Something he needed to move on and protect 𝗧𝗧𝗏. Nothing more. Perhaps that is why I am uncomfortable with her presence as a heroic, kind girl who is always ready to help others. Or maybe I'm just getting cynical again, I thought, as I struggled to keep the conversation going. Suddenly, her tone changed slightly. Melissa started asking questions about me, which didn't surprise me, but it made me uncomfortable anyway. And where are you from, Midoriya? She asked curiously, maintaining that enthusiasm that seemed to be part of her nature. I didn't want to answer, but I knew that ignoring her would be worse. From here, from Japan, I replied directly, without offering more details. Oh, I see. I was born in the United States, she began to say, as if my answer had activated a nostalgic memory in her. I lived most of my childhood there, with my father and mother. My father is a great scientist, you've probably heard him mentioned. 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏. I noticed that his tone softened a little when she talked about his family. It was evident that she was very fond of her father, something that might have been easier to appreciate if she wasn't so focused on keeping the conversation as superficial as possible. Melissa seemed to have a strong bond with her family. Even though my mother died when I was 5 years old, she said with a sad smile, as if she had already made peace with that loss, but it didn't hurt any less. I was silent for a moment, surprised by the sudden revelation. I didn't expect her to share something so personal. I'm sorry, I murmured, not knowing what else to say. The words seemed empty, because I knew that there was nothing that could really relieve that kind of pain. Melissa shook her head, her smile returning, albeit more subdued. It's been a long time, and I've had my father. He's been everything to me ever since, and I'm sure my mom would be proud of me if she saw me now. Her voice carried a mixture of nostalgia and strength, as if she had convinced herself of that over the years. That optimism, that certainty that I was doing things right, was something I couldn't help but admire, even if it was hard for me to accept it. I knew I shouldn't say it, but the words came out before I could stop. My mother also died. My voice was flat, distant, as if what I had just said was, I'm not sure. I lowered my gaze, not wanting to see Melissa's reaction, while I felt that emptiness that I always tried to ignore opening up again. An awkward silence fell between us. I could feel the weight of my own words, as if I had just opened a wound that had already healed, but still hurt. I'm not here for the same reasons you are, if you want to believe that, I continued, trying to divert the conversation. I'm just in the support department to do business. My Quirks reviews, the improvements I've designed in Sketch, all that gives me the money I need to be able to help my younger sister. Melissa was silent for a few moments, the sound of our footsteps being the only thing that broke the silence. I knew my words weren't what she expected to hear, but I was already used to that reaction. No one could understand my perspective, and that was fine. I didn't expect them to. Finally, Melissa broke the silence, her tone soft, almost cautious. Your sister, what's her name? Her name is 𝗧𝗧𝗏, I replied without thinking too much. The simple fact of mentioning her name brought me a mixture of feelings, protection, responsibility, and that slight comfort that it gave me to know that he was fine, at least for now. Melissa smiled softly, nodding. It's a beautiful name. Her tone was genuine, and for a second, I thought about how 𝗧𝗏, and how happy she was now. 𝗧𝗏, Melissa muttered the name to herself, as if trying to imagine what it would be like. It must be amazing to have someone to fight for, someone to give you a reason to keep going. My dad always says that having someone important is what makes all the effort worthwhile. I listened to her in silence, not knowing how to respond. Although, honestly, I understood it. It wasn't about being amazing, or proving that you were the best. It was more of a responsibility. No one else was there for Eri at the time, except me. Yes, I murmured at the end, she is very important to me. Melissa was silent for a moment, perhaps realizing how deep the bond that bound me to Eri was. Finally, she spoke again in that kind voice that was beginning to bother me less than I expected. It must be difficult, but it seems that you do it very well. Your little sister Eri is very lucky to have you. I looked away, uncomfortable with that kind of praise. It wasn't a matter of luck, she was just doing what he had to do. I'm just trying not to fail, I answered while murmuring, again. Melissa looked at me, her expression softening even more, but this time she didn't try to fill the silence with words. It was as if he understood that there was something deeper behind those words. I didn't need his pity, not that anyone felt sorry for me. It had always been that way, and it wasn't going to change now. But before I could lose myself any more in those thoughts, a familiar voice abruptly pulled me out of them. Hey Deku. That nickname. That damn word that dragged with it all the weight of my past. Listening to her, a flood of memories hit me, transporting me to a childhood marked by teasing, beating, and the constant abuse of smug children by their newly acquired quirks. And the worst of all. Surely you think you have the guts to show up here? Bakugo. He had been the worst part of it all. Not only because he tormented me with his words and fists, but because he did it believing that he was always right, as if his actions had no consequences. To him, I was never more than an insect beneath his feet, someone worthless, even though, at the time, I considered him a friend. For an instant, I felt the air around me grow heavier. My body, which had learned to tense automatically at that voice, did it again, as if preparing for the impact. I had worked hard to bury those memories, those dark days where his words and blows were my routine. But Bakugo's presence alone was enough to bring everything to the surface again. The insults, the threats, the blows. The pain of having been seen as someone inferior. All of this accumulated over and over again, until it became a bitter mixture of hypocrisy on the part of mediocre adults who never did anything. Teachers, neighbors, heroes, they all looked the other way. As if the screams and blows he received were part of some cruel lesson he had to learn. They never said anything. They never intervened. No one ever defended me. Maybe some believed that this is how boys get strong, or that bullying was something that would make me more resistant, or simply an excuse of they're just playing. Nothing but shitty words. You have to be reminded of your place, like when we were children, Bakugo said, with that cruel and arrogant smile that he knew all too well. Same damn tone, same damn condescension. As he approached, his intentions were as clear as ever, to break me, to crush me, to enjoy my pain. It was the only thing he knew how to do. But this time, the years of resentment, of humiliation, of enduring blow after blow, accumulated in every fiber of my body, tensing me to the breaking point. Every insult he had hurled at me, every look of superiority, every time he had made me feel less than nothing. Everything came back to me, in a dark, suffocating torrent. The only thing that remained was hatred. Pure, dense, corrosive hatred. My teeth clenched, gnashing with pent-up rage as I watched him advance, without saying a word. The scars, both physical and emotional, burned under my skin, reminding me of who he was, who he had always been. The adults did nothing. They never did anything. They saw it, everyone saw it, but they always let it go. That's how kids get strong, they said, it's part of growing up, they justified. One lie after another. All to maintain the status quo, to protect those who had power, those who could do whatever they wanted without consequences. No, this was not to make me strong. This was a cycle of abuse that everyone chose to ignore. And now it was my turn to ignore their damn rules. I grunted low, like a restrained beast on the verge of breaking free. He was no longer the helpless child who had endured everything in silence. Now, each of those memories fed something darker inside me. Something I wanted to get out of. My gaze was fixed on his, cold, merciless, loaded with all the resentment I had accumulated in those years. Bakugo was not an abuser. He was a demon, a worse one. There was no fear. Only rage. Everything inside me was ready to explode. The dark torrent of years of rancor and hatred overflowed, driving me forward. I was prepared to give Bakugo back every damn thing he had done to me. This time, I wouldn't sit idly by. But then, Melissa moved. Before I could take a single step, she stood between the two. The hatred and fury I had been about to release crashed against the unexpected barrier that was her presence. I couldn't understand it. Why did she do it? Why, right at that moment when I needed to let go of everything the most. Hero Course Student 1, Bakugo Katsuki. Her voice was firm, charged with a confidence that didn't seem to waver before the monster in front of us. The way she pronounced his name, with a controlled but threatening tone, made something in me stop. If you take one more step, you'll force me to intervene. Bakugo stopped short. Not out of fear, of course. He didn't know what fear was. But the rules, those same damn rules that had always protected him, kept him bound. For a moment, his gaze moved from me to Melissa, as if trying to gauge the situation. He wasn't used to being challenged in that way. The air was still heavy, charged with electricity, but something in the tension had changed. Bakugo gritted his teeth, his face twisted in a mixture of contempt and contained fury. His eyes, filled with the same rage I had seen so many times, looked at me with that dark, cruel spark that defined him. But this time, it wasn't me that he directed his venom to. "Hey, blonde girl." His tone was sharper than ever. "Why do you defend a useless Quirkless like him? Doesn't someone like you see that it's a waste of space in the UA?" He spat out those words like poison, full of resentment, an aggression dressed up as a question that needed no answer. He was looking to hurt, as he always did, as if only then could he feel superior. He hadn't taken another step, but the edge of his tongue was as sharp as his fists. Melissa held her ground, looking directly into Bakugo's eyes. Without hesitation, a person's worth doesn't depend on whether they have a quirk or not. You're no one to determine it. Bakugo's sadistic smile disappeared in an instant. His eyes hardened, as if trying to assimilate the words, but deep down, he knew that those words hit harder than any physical blow. No one had ever told him that clearly before, and certainly not that way. Bakugo had always believed that his strength, his quirk, was what defined him, what set him above others. But Melissa disarmed him with a simple truth. A truth he had ignored for years. And honestly, it was satisfying to see it like that. To see how that blind trust he always had crumbled, even if only for a moment. The silence that followed was heavy, dense, as if the air had thickened even more, trapping everyone in that unbearable tension. But, as always, Bakugo could not remain silent. Her rage, unable to be contained, erupted. "How dare you tell me that? What do you think you're so perfect for being a disciple of All Might?" He shouted, his voice booming through this part of the academy outskirts. "You're nothing but an arrogant bitch." The irony was palpable. Coming from someone like him, those words were absurd. A guy who had always believed himself superior to everyone, who thought he could crush anyone just for having a powerful quirk, calling another one arrogant. It was almost comical, if it weren't for the poisonous rage it exuded. However, I recognized that gesture instantly. Bakugo was ready to attack. His body tense, his fists clenched, the rage burning in his eyes as he had seen it so many times before. I knew what was coming. But just as she was about to step forward, Melissa just said, "If you continue, you won't like what comes next," she said with icy calm, her words cutting through the heavy air. Without taking her eyes off Bakugo, she continued, "I could talk to Principal Nizu, or maybe with your classroom teacher, who knows?" The impact was instantaneous. Bakugo paused as if he had hit an invisible wall. His face shifted from explosive fury to something more restrained, an almost animal-like growl escaping from his throat, frustrated like a predator that has just had its prey taken away. But he did not take another step. Without his usual torrent of insults, without an attack, he simply turned around. He left, his footsteps echoing on the ground like an echo of the anger that still throbbed in the air. I bit my lip to keep from laughing. To see him like this, without getting what he wanted for once in his life, was almost satisfying. He had always had everything at his disposal, without anyone daring to contradict him. But this time, there were no pleas or demands, just a clumsy and frustrated retreat. It was like watching a spoiled child who doesn't know what to do when things don't go his way. Growling in anger as always. Really, I couldn't help but find it hilarious. The way he had left, without his usual display of insults, only added to the absurdity of the situation. Beside me, Melissa sighed deeply and, still looking in the direction he had gone, crossed her arms and sighed heavily. "What a terrible, toxic character," she murmured, with a perfect mix of annoyance and resignation. "He reminds me so much of my ex-girlfriend." The comment, laden with razor-sharp sarcasm, made me choke out a laugh louder than I had planned. The ironic tone of her voice only worsened my self-control, turning the situation into a small show of involuntary humor. Melissa was silent for a moment, watching me laugh at what she had just said, a faint smile beginning to creep across her lips. "Hey," she finally said, raising an eyebrow, "I didn't know you could laugh." My laughter, though restrained, made the atmosphere lighten. In that instant, the echo of the departed's anger faded, replaced by a complicity between us that made everything seem a little more tolerable. "Midoriya, you shouldn't go pick up your sister now," Melissa said, pulling me out of my thoughts. Her tone was serious, but there was a gleam of concern in her eyes that I couldn't ignore. "Right?" I exclaimed, suddenly remembering the time I had wasted. "Thank you, Melissa. I'm leaving." I jumped up, feeling the urgency of the moment. "See you later." Without a second thought, I said goodbye to her and started running in the opposite direction, my feet hitting the ground with the speed of my heart. As I walked away, I heard Melissa's voice echo behind me, full of warmth. "Say hello to little Aerie on my behalf." The sound of sputtering tools and the soft murmur of technology filled the air in Melissa's lab. The walls were covered in shiny control panels, and tables overflowing with parts and technological devices lined up like soldiers in formation, ready to be deployed in battle. The dim lighting created an almost magical atmosphere, where science and creativity were intertwined. I stood at the entrance, marveling at the magnitude of the place. I remember Melissa wanting to see me here to talk about small business, according to her. Suddenly, the entrance opened, and a girl dressed in a white coat and special glasses greeted me happily, her vibrant energy seeming to light up the space. "Midoriya," Melissa called from a corner, her face beaming as if she were about to present a revolutionary discovery. "Come here. You have to see this." With a little effort, I approached her, unable to hide my astonishment. Each step I took plunged me deeper into the world I had created. "Do you like what you see?" she asked, her voice filled with emotion, as if she were sharing a long-kept secret. "It's awesome, I'll admit," I replied, feeling a little out of place among so much technology. The vastness of the laboratory contrasted with my modest and archaic experience, and I couldn't help but think of everything around me. Melissa smiled, clearly satisfied with my answer. She walked over to a table full of devices, gesturing excitedly as she explained each one. "Look at this stand," she said, lifting a small, shiny device, which pulsed softly with light. "It's an improved support suit. I've added a feedback system that allows heroes to experience less strain on their muscles during combat. This not only improves their performance, but also reduces the risk of injury." As I spoke, my gaze drifted to the suit, noticing how stylish and functional it was. However, when I analyzed it a bit, I couldn't help but feel a hint of insecurity. "It sounds unbelievable, but could it really be used in emergency situations?" I asked, trying to understand its usefulness. "It's 100% working," she replied confidently. "I designed the interface to be intuitive. Any hero can activate it with just a gesture. In addition, it is made of ultra-light materials that do not restrict movement." Her words echoed in my mind, and as I continued to explain her creations, I felt that her passion in everything she had done was almost palpable. "What about this?" I asked, pointing to a small glowing sphere that rested on the table. "Oh, that's an assistance drone," she said, her eyes shining with excitement. "It can analyze the environment in real time and provide vital information to heroes on the field. Imagine how many lives we could save if they had access to accurate data during a crisis." Her imagination seemed to have no limits, and it was not for nothing that she was considered a true genius. Melissa was able to use her great intelligence in creating support devices for both heroes and civilians. In addition, she possessed an impressive ability to adapt to critical situations, which made her versatile and capable of facing any challenge that came her way. This could change the way we deal with emergencies, I continue, feeling more and more impressed at what I could accomplish. Imagine the possibility of using it in emergency rescues. A team of heroes who receive real-time data from a drone while a rescue is being performed. They could assess the situation without exposing themselves to unnecessary dangers. It's a brilliant idea, I said, admitting in her approach to his vision. Have you tried it on any missions yet? Yes, I did in the last sports festival, in my heroic practices, and more. I still want to demonstrate how my support items are really useful in the field, without having to rely too much on the quirks, she replied, with a determination that ignited my own desire to overcome my limitations. As she spoke, I realized that it was not only her intelligence that made her special, but also her passion and commitment to the well-being of others. There was something about her approach that resonated with me, something that motivated me to keep going and not give up, no matter the obstacles. Are you going to participate in the sports festival? I asked, trying to change the subject and at the same time connect with her. Yes. I'm very excited. It's a great opportunity to try out some of my new devices accompanied by my quirk, power, she exclaimed, waving her hands as if she were already in the competition. It will be a good way to continue showing that sometimes great power is not everything when you want to help others. Her enthusiasm was contagious, and I couldn't help but feel it overflowing here. However, as she spoke so energetically about the festival, I couldn't stop thinking about what that event really represented. The sports festival was a spectacle, an opportunity for all students to demonstrate their skills and excel, whether it was winning internships with renowned heroes or being seen by the entire country as the best. It was also a platform for those who worked in the support department, such as Melissa or 𝗧𝗵𝗲, who took the opportunity to show how useful their inventions could be. For them, it was a perfect time to attract the attention of companies that could invest in their innovations and allow them to continue creating more. But for me, I didn't like the festival at all. Although I understood the purpose behind it, I had never been comfortable with the idea of demonstrating supposed heroism just to entertain. It felt like a circus, a place where the struggle, ideals, and what it really means to be a hero were reduced to a public spectacle. It wasn't just about winning or losing, it was about showing oneself, being seen, being recognized as a supposed one. And that, deep inside me, made me uncomfortable. Melissa, oblivious to my thoughts, continued to talk enthusiastically about her devices and her desire to prove that power isn't everything. It's a great opportunity to highlight what we're capable of, she said excitedly, turning to another of her inventions. Technology can save lives as much as quirks? I nodded, trying to focus on the conversation, even though those thoughts lingered in my mind. And you, Midoriya? Are you going to participate in the sports festival? Melissa asked suddenly, her gaze full of curiosity. I was a little surprised at the question, since I hadn't thought about it. The idea of being in the spotlight, showing off my skills as if they were part of a show, didn't excite me. No, I don't really have any plans to participate, I replied, trying to sound casual, though I felt a slight pressure in my chest. I prefer to be outside, watching from my house, in the company of my sister. Melissa looked at me for a moment, surprised, and then smiled sympathetically. Really? But I think it would be fun to see you in action, Midoriya, she said, crossing her arms with a playful expression. Besides, if you're worried about who will take care of your sister, I know someone reliable who could do it for you during the festival. I was surprised by her comment. The thought of delegating my sister's care to someone else made me nervous. It had always been something that caused me distrust, a responsibility that I preferred to carry alone. Really, I'd rather not participate, I insisted, trying to close the issue as quickly as possible. But Melissa didn't seem willing to give up. Her enthusiasm radiated with such intensity that it made me suspect that something else was behind her insistence. Come on, Izuku, it wouldn't be so bad, she insisted with an almost irresistible smile, the kind that normally made you feel instantly comfortable. Besides, it's a unique opportunity for you, one that you could make the most of. I was silent for a moment, watching as she avoided looking me straight in the eye as her hands fiddled nervously with a tool nearby. That discomfort made me even more suspicious. Finally, I couldn't contain myself. "Melissa," I said in a more serious tone, taking a step towards her, "what are you hiding?" Her smile faded almost instantly, and I could see a small sigh escaping her lips. She looked at me with some discomfort before lowering her head. "I'm sorry, Midoriya," she began, her tone now softer, more vulnerable. "It's just that I really wanted to ask you a favor. I wanted you to test some of my prototypes at the sports festival. I didn't mention it to you before because I didn't want to put pressure on you, but I thought maybe you could do it without problems." Her voice revealed a genuine concern that she didn't want to force himself on me, but also a deep desire for me to accept her request. I was shocked by her revelation, although, on second thought, it all fell into place. Melissa had always been a proactive person, looking for ways to improve her inventions and test them in real situations. And the sports festival is a perfect platform to show how useful they could be. "Do you want me to use your prototypes during the festival?" I asked, still processing the idea. The festival had always seemed to me more like an exhibition of entertainment skills than a true test of heroism, which kept me a little removed from participating. Melissa nodded quickly, her gaze now fixed on me, with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. "Only if you're comfortable with it, of course," she clarified, raising both hands as if she didn't want to push me any further. "I know it's a lot to ask, but I'm confident you could get the most out of them. In addition, it would be a great opportunity to demonstrate the true value of assistive devices in real situations. And since you don't have a quirk, you're a great candidate to show how useful they can be." The mention of not having a quirk hit me like a little jolt. It was something I had always lived with, but still carried as a burden. However, Melissa did not say it out of pity, but with a practical logic that she understood. To her, I was the perfect example of how her devices could help those who didn't have superhuman abilities to be useful and effective in the field. I was silent, considering the proposal. It wasn't something I was immediately excited about, but I understood how important this was to her. Melissa wasn't just looking for someone to try her inventions. She wanted to prove to the world that support technology could even the scales, that quirks weren't everything. And maybe, just maybe, I could be part of that demonstration. Although being part of something that felt more like a show, a circus, or worse, a guinea pig to test devices, wasn't really my thing. The discomfort twisted inside, but I couldn't ignore Melissa's effort and enthusiasm. However, I had to know more before I got engaged. So, without giving it much thought, I decided to get to the point. "And what am I going to gain from this?" I asked at last, keeping a firm tone, but hinting at a small hint of curiosity. Melissa blinked, surprised by my question, and then, little by little, her expression changed. It wasn't something she expected me to ask, but she looked at me with a thoughtful gesture, as if she were considering my point of view. "It's a fair question," Melissa admitted, with a slightly calmer smile. "Since my family is wealthy, if you make a good demonstration of my inventions, I could pay you a lot of money." The phrase money echoed in my mind, like an unstoppable echo. Within seconds, my brain had already drawn the image of Aries smiling, living without worries. The possibility of giving her a better life, without the shadows that haunted her, hit me hard, so hard that I hardly thought about my answer. "I accept," I blurted out without hesitation, perhaps too quickly. Melissa's face transformed from surprise to relief in a matter of seconds. I didn't expect such an ease in convincing myself, but I didn't know all my reasons either. Aries' well-being was above any personal doubt or discomfort. It didn't matter if I had to put myself in the middle of a public competition, or even if I was seen as a simple guinea pig. If that meant more security for her, then she would do it without batting an eyelid. "Great. You won't regret it, Midoriya. I promise everything will turn out amazing," Melissa said with her trademark energy. The sparkle in her eyes had returned, accompanied by that determination that had always defined her. At that moment, Melissa turned and started showing me the prototypes. Each of them seemed designed to complement the lack of a quirk, focusing on improving physical abilities and increasing combat efficiency. Although I had never used that kind of technology, The idea of combining them with my own fighting style sparked a little spark of curiosity in me. I nodded and agreed to accompany her to the lab, where all her creations were, but something immediately diverted my attention. In one corner of the room, protected behind a glass case, was a huge suit of armor. Its design was imposing and full of details, but what caught my attention the most was how familiar it was. The structure of the armor, its lines and proportions, everything reminded me of someone. "That suit?" I asked, without taking my eyes off her. Melissa followed my gaze and smiled when she saw what I had captured. "Ah, that," she said as she approached the display case. "It is one of my most ambitious and worked projects of all. It's inspired by the All Might's image. The image of the greatest hero of all, the one who always saved everyone with a smile, was projected in my mind. The armor, while different in many ways, captured that heroic essence. I called it Might Guardian," Melissa added proudly. "Although it's not fully ready yet, it's still a prototype and I want to add more things to it. It is a protective suit for hazardous environments, ideal for protecting the wearer from all types of damage, from radiation, electricity, high and low temperatures, trauma from blunt objects, projectiles, sharp objects, and all kinds of impacts." Her eyes sparkled as she spoke, and she could feel the passion that drove her to create something so impressive. The idea of a suit that could provide that kind of protection was fascinating. In a world full of dangers, it would certainly be an invaluable asset. Although its protection is limited due to the shields implemented in the suit having to be recharged after being used to limit damage, it is still capable of saving its wearer in life-or-death situations, Melissa continued, with contagious energy. In addition, I implemented an AI that indicates the user's status, acting as a form of warning. "It seems like you thought more about defense than attack," I commented, admiring her approach. "Yes, you're right," she replied, nodding, "but I also considered mobility. I wanted the suit to be lightweight yet sturdy to ensure the wearer could move with agility. The last thing you want is to be in a battle and feel like you're carrying a truck on you." As she spoke, she proudly pointed to the helmet of the suit, which had a distinctive design. "I based this design on Mr. All Might," she confessed, her voice filled with emotion. "I have always admired his style and his way of inspiring others. These ears are a tribute to her hair, a symbol of the hope she represents. I hope that one day I can see him use it. It would be a great honor, plus I design it so that it can be adapted to any size of the user, so it's quite versatile." I stared at the armor, impressed by her vision. It was amazing what someone as smart and talented as Melissa was capable of creating. The admiration she felt for her grew with every detail she revealed about her work. But suddenly, Melissa changed the conversation, snapping me out of my thoughts. "This suit won't be the one you'll wear," she said in a more serious tone. "I still need to add more features and improvements to it. But there's something you could use now." She guided me to a section of her lab that looked like a veritable treasure trove of inventions. The walls were covered with shelves full of devices of all kinds, mechanical contraptions, shiny tools and prototypes in various stages of development. It was a space where creativity and science converged, and each object seemed to tell a unique story. "This is where I have my best inventions," Melissa explained, waving her hand to encompass the vast collection. "I'll teach you how to use them." I looked around, evaluating each of the devices that caught my eye. There were a series of gloves with flashing lights that seemed to increase strength, a pair of boots that promised greater agility, and a harness that seemed to have propulsion capabilities, among other useful tools. "I will take my time to choose well." 000. A television screen flickers in various homes, showing images of heroes using different support equipment. The camera focuses on the presenter, who speaks with a professional and enthusiastic tone. In this new era of heroes, support equipment has been fundamental for many of our most powerful protectors. From suits with resistance to extreme impacts to devices that amplify physical abilities, support technology has given heroes an invaluable advantage in the fight against crime. On the screen, images appear of famous heroes like All Might and 𝗵𝘃𝗫 using various devices in combat. The presenter's voice continues as the image shows young heroes training with high-tech equipment. Many veteran heroes have recognized the utility of these devices, stating that without them, certain battles could have ended in tragedy. In particular, the heroic engineering industry has advanced by leaps and bounds, with figures like 𝗵𝗲𝗍𝗪 and his daughter 𝗵𝘃𝗍𝗪 at the forefront of these developments. The camera cuts to a pre-recorded interview with an expert in heroic technology. There is no doubt that support equipment has been a lifesaver for numerous heroes, says the interviewee, a renowned engineer. They've allowed heroes without physical or destructive quirks to keep up with the most powerful. However, the presenter's tone changes slightly, reflecting the ongoing debate. Despite the advances, not everyone is convinced. Some critics insist that relying too much on technology could be a mistake. They point out that in extreme situations, these devices can fail, putting heroes in greater danger if they don't have a quirk to back them up. The camera now focuses on images of heroes dealing with technology failures in combat, highlighting the vulnerability that can arise from over-reliance on equipment. The question remains, to what extent should heroes rely on these devices? Are they an advantage or a potential weakness? The screen shows a graph dividing public opinion. A significant percentage still believes that despite the risks, support technology remains an indispensable resource for those fighting for justice. Whether an essential tool or a potential drawback, what's clear is that heroic support technology is here to stay. Now, more than ever, heroes must find the balance between their own strength and the tools they choose to use. The image fades into a shot of UA's grounds, where the sports festival is about to begin, and the presenter concludes. With the UA festival in full swing, it will be interesting to see how the students from the support department use their technological resources to shine in the hero arena. And as always, we'll keep you informed on everything that happens. This was a special report on the evolution of support equipment in the world of heroes. Until next time, 000. In the waiting room, before the sports festival began, I listened to the dialogues of the students in the support department, full of enthusiasm and nervousness. Each shared their ideas and presentations, all eager to impress the company's president and gain recognition for their creations. Look at this device I designed. It increases grip strength by 30%, one student exclaimed, holding up a pair of gloves with flashing lights that glowed brightly. That's great, but wait until you see what I have, another replied, showing off a propulsion harness that promised unmatched agility. As I listened to the enthusiastic dialogues around me, a part of me couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. That vibrant energy, that desire to stand out and be recognized, was something I had dreamed of in my most innocent days. But now, in this waiting room, that emotion felt more distant, almost like an echo of the past. The student in the flashing gloves continued to speak, his voice filled with joy, as I immersed myself in my thoughts. I remembered the deal I had made with Melissa, a promise that had given me a glimmer of hope in the midst of my struggles. She had been understanding even after everything that had happened. I promised to help her show off her creations, in exchange for her helping me raise funds for 𝗧𝗧𝗏. Not only did he need that money, but he also wanted to find a way to give him a brighter future. That day, as we talked, Melissa mentioned that all might could take care of 𝗧𝗧𝗏. Yes, the very symbol of peace, the greatest hero of all, who had meant so much to me, that now he would be the one to take care of 𝗧𝗧𝗏 while I was here during the sports festival. The image of his face gave me some peace of mind. I knew that 𝗧𝗧𝗏 would be safe with someone so formidable. In the midst of my thoughts, the excitement in the room brought me back to reality. I looked at my companions with a smile, although deep down my mind was still agitated. Everything is to help my sister, I said to myself, strengthening my determination. 𝗧𝗧𝗏 was my only family and I would do whatever it took to ensure her happiness. As I looked around, I saw the passion on the faces of my peers, and even though their dreams were different from mine, they had a desire to make a difference. While I was only here as a guinea pig to test Melissa's new inventions, not that it bothered me, it was actually a choice I had made to earn money and help my sister. It was an opportunity that would allow me to fundraise, and that goal was the only thing that really mattered right now. Suddenly, the room was filled with an enthusiastic shout. Hatume, known for her inexhaustible energy, came in like a whirlwind. Her tousled hair and bright eyes reflected the excitement that enveloped her. Guys, I've created something amazing that will definitely impress everyone. Her words were a mixture of promise and enthusiasm, and they quickly captured the attention of others. The students around her began to murmur and approach, full of curiosity about what she had designed. 𝗬𝗵𝗃 had always had an innate ability to attract attention. Her charisma and passion were contagious. You could feel the spark in the air, a mixture of excitement and intrigue. As I watched her, a part of me couldn't help but feel distant. Although the enthusiasm was palpable, I felt like a spectator on a stage that was not my own. They were excited to demonstrate their inventions and live in the moment. I, on the other hand, was only here to fulfill a duty, with the only hope that everything I did would benefit Eri. How long can I go on with this? I wondered, a gloomy thought flashing through my mind. I had spent so much time trying to be strong and protect Eri that I sometimes forgot what it was like to feel the simple pleasure of creating or participating in something without such a heavy purpose on my shoulders. As 𝗬𝗵𝗃 showed off her latest inventions, his energetic voice echoed through the room. Look at this. This device, with which I can fly for 10 minutes. Her infectious laughter made others join in, laughing and clapping. But I was just smiling from a distance, watching his enthusiasm. Suddenly, a member of the school staff burst into the room, breaking the bubble of joy with his authoritative voice. Listen, everyone. It's time to get ready to go. Form a line and get ready to show off your creations at the sports festival. Hearing those words, the energy in the room intensified. The students began to flail, adjusting to their costumes and making sure their devices were ready to be presented. There was an air of nervousness mixed with enthusiasm that was palpable in the atmosphere. Mingling with each other, they began to form a line, each with their invention in hand, ready to impress everyone. I looked around, feeling a little overwhelmed by the pressure of the impending presentation. My colleagues chatted with each other, sharing advice and supporting each other. Meanwhile, I stood on the sidelines, remembering why I was here, helping Eri and securing her future. Ready, Midoriya? A colleague asked me, approaching me with a smile. I nodded, trying to imitate his enthusiasm. Yes, I'm ready, I replied, though my thoughts were still focused on Eri. As the line moved forward, I reminded myself that even though I wasn't there for the same reasons they were, I also had a purpose. Every step I took was one step closer to fulfilling my promise. With one last glance at 𝗬𝗵𝗃, who was still talking excitedly about her invention, I joined the line. The murmur of voices and the hum of anticipation filled the air as we all made our way to the stage. As I left, the spectacle that lay before my eyes astonished me. The stands were packed with spectators, their screams of excitement echoing like a deafening echo, combined with the glow of the cameras capturing every moment. Present Mike, with his usual energy, made a triumphant entrance, his sarcastic performances filling the atmosphere with an almost palpable emotion. But as I smiled for the cameras, I couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. To me, this whole thing felt like a circus, where we were just the show, and the idea of being part of this show made me feel like a mere object of entertainment. However, I tried to calm down, keeping my thoughts to myself, while focusing on what really mattered. My gaze drifted to an elevated section of the stands, and there I saw her, Eri. The little girl was smiling widely, surrounded by some of the teachers, who also looked at her with affection. My heart raced to see her so happy. Even though I didn't hear her, I could feel her eyes shining with excitement. Knowing that she was there, quietly encouraging me, filled me with a renewed sense of purpose. However, the lack of all might by his side made me tense. The void left by his absence felt overwhelming. Although I worried that I wasn't there to protect her, I forced myself to keep watching Eri. Despite the uneasiness it caused me, seeing her happiness made me focus my anger in another direction. With every smile and gesture, she reminded me to trust the heroes around her. Despite my doubts, it was essential to put aside my fears and give them a chance to show that they could take care of her. I didn't want my distrust to cloud Eri's joy. But a part of me couldn't help but feel the shadow of disappointment lurking in the back of my mind. And so, with a deep breath, I prepared to give my best in this sports festival, not only for me but for her. This was a time to show what I was capable of, and I had to do it for Eri, for the only family I had left. With that thought in mind, my resolve solidified. Present Mike exclaimed, the great battle between young heroes who raise their swords every year. And these are the guys, right? The miraculous new stars who overcame the enemy attack with their hearts of steel. The Class 1A Hero Course. Shouts and applause filled the stadium as Class 1A was introduced, spectators cheering with an intensity that almost made the ground shake. He could feel the energy in the air, the fervor of the crowds excited to see the future heroes demonstrate their skills. However, I remained silent, watching from my position in the support department, emotionally distanced from the whole show. As the aspiring heroes entered the stage, I felt a deep disconnect from everything that was happening. I couldn't help but see this whole event as a brutish spectacle where the students were nothing more than puppets for the entertainment of the public and the media. I didn't care so much about recognition or glory. For me, the only thing that really mattered was in the stands, cheering me on from a distance, airy. My breathing remained steady, forcing me to hold back any signs of discontent or discomfort. I told myself that I had to endure this scenario, all for her. Despite the tension in my body, I wasn't going to let anything throw me off center. Present Mike continued their energetic presentation, mentioning each class from the letter B to K, extolling the qualities of each one with their characteristic style. The ovations of the public resounded throughout the stadium, creating an atmosphere of excitement and expectation that enveloped everyone. All around me, students in the support department were sharing nervous, excited looks. The anticipation was palpable, almost contagious, but I remained distant. I tried to keep my mind calm, focusing solely on my goal, to earn money to help Eri. The rest was irrelevant. However, my thoughts were interrupted when I heard some comments near me. "We're just here to make the hero course looks like the best," one student muttered, some resentment in his voice. Another nodded, reaffirming his opinion in a sour tone. "It's true, it's always the same. They treat us like we're just here to support, but we're never the center of attention." Those words resonated with me. I couldn't deny that there was some truth to those comments. The hero course always monopolized the spotlight, while the rest of us were relegated to secondary, almost invisible roles. But that didn't matter so much to me. I wasn't here for recognition or glory. My reasons were simpler and more personal, something that didn't need anyone's approval. Soon, all the students were gathered in front of Midnight, the referee of this sports festival. I couldn't help but wonder why an exhibitionist was in charge of this event. Had the heroes really lost one or another value of decency? The spectacle of this festival had always seemed a bit excessive to me, and seeing someone like her at the helm only reinforced that feeling. However, my attention was soon captured when Midnight, with a provocative smile, with her commanding presence, announced that it was time for the keynote speech, which would be given by the student who achieved the highest in the entrance exam, representing all the students here. The air around me filled with palpable tension. Although I didn't care much about the event itself, this speech was an important moment for everyone. It would be a promise to the public, a declaration of the ideals that each student represented at that festival. My gaze swept across the field, watching my teammates, some excited, some nervous. I kept myself calm, focused only on what motivated me to be here. Besides, I knew perfectly well who it would be, a student from Class 1A, a representative of the classroom perhaps. But I didn't expect it. Midnight's words resonated clearly, representing the students, "Come up here to the front." Midoriya Izuku. Amazement hit me like a gust of wind. What I thought, completely bewildered. I wasn't the kind of person they would choose for something like that. I did not seek prominence or admiration, and much less did I see myself as the ideal representative of all. However, there was my name, floating in the air, as all eyes from my peers in the support department began to turn towards me. At the same time, the murmurs of the rest of the students at the festival felt like a rising tide behind me. "Who is that? Does anyone know him? I've never heard his name. What? Isn't him from the hero course?" The questions kept flowing, mixed with laughter and expressions of disbelief. Even someone else whispered dismissively, "How is someone unknown going to give the speech?" The bewilderment did not stop there. Present Mike, always so energetic, looked as perplexed as the rest. "Midoriya? Did you read correctly? he asked, with his microphone amplifying his doubts. It was at that moment that May shouted excitedly, calling everyone's attention. "Good for you, Green. You're famous. Come on, give your best speech." The energy of her voice echoed through the air, like a ray of sunshine amid the gray clouds of my uncertainty. Despite the warmth of their support, I didn't really feel ready to be the center of attention, much less give a speech that they hoped would be inspiring. But I knew I couldn't make a fool of himself in front of Eri. I forced myself to keep going, despite my stomach, and started walking towards the podium. As I advanced, the eyes began to fix on me. Murmurs grew around me, filling the air with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. "Is it him?" was heard in the crowd. I was expecting something more surprising. Another comment slipped in. "Look at him, he's using support team, a guy from the support department?" I felt the warmth of their gazes, but I also sensed the anger of someone in particular, an energy that seemed to be directed at me. However, I decided to ignore both the comments and that unpleasant feeling. I knew I had to focus on what was coming. Finally, I reached the podium and climbed with hesitant steps. In front of the microphone, the world around me momentarily vanished. I could see everyone, as if they were shadows in the fog, curious looks, doubtful smiles, and some more full of disdain. I felt like a ghost, someone unknown in a place where bright and bold heroes were expected. I took a deep breath, trying to calm down. For some reason, this couldn't compare to what I had experienced before. I had never spoken in public like this, and every word felt like a weight on my chest. As I wondered what I should say, a clear idea began to form in my mind. At the end of the day, I just had to be honest, express what I really thought about this moment. So, instead of trying to impress everyone with big speeches, I decided it was best to speak from my deepest sincerity. "If you really want to be heroes," I began, my voice echoing into the microphone, "don't become mediocre and hypocritical heroes who only seek attention and fame for their actions. A true hero does not act out of applause, but out of a sense of responsibility towards others. You are here because you chose this path, and you must remember what that means." The crowd began to murmur, some surprised, others intrigued. I felt the energy change in the air, as if my words were beginning to sink in. It was strange, but for the first time, it seemed like I was accomplishing more than just being invisible. I paused for a moment, seeking to visually connect with my peers. If you're just here for fame, to be admired, or to prove that you're better than others, then you're going to fail as heroes. Keep that in mind. Silence took over the space, and at that moment, I felt my message resonate with everyone present. I wasn't just talking about what it means to be a hero, I was talking about the very essence of what it means to be human, to have a purpose beyond oneself. After sharing those words, I turned my gaze to Midnight, who was looking at me with surprise and, perhaps, a little pride. "That's all, teacher, I have nothing more to say," I said, feeling a mixture of relief as I stepped down from the podium. Suddenly, I heard a lot of applause erupt around me, louder than I had imagined. Although some were still muttering about my identity, others were commenting on each other, acknowledging my words approvingly. Confused, I asked, "Why are they clapping?" Midnight answered me with a smile that lit up her face. "I don't know exactly what you wanted to achieve with your words, but it seems that you inspired some to want to be better heroes." A nervous laugh welled up from me as I thought, how silly, since when do I inspire people? Despite my disbelief, the applause continued to ring in my ears, and everyone's attentive gaze made me feel as if I were under a spotlight. As I stepped down from the podium, the murmur of voices mingled with my thoughts. Some students exchanged opinions about my speech, and although I could not hear every word, I caught fragments of admiration and surprise. "Can you believe it? He's a guy from the support department?" And his words were deeper than I expected. I paused for a moment to reflect. Had he really inspired anyone? Was that possible? I couldn't stop questioning myself, so I tried to ignore the stares and headed to my place next to the students in the support department. However, a part of me couldn't help but think that, despite my misgivings, I had said something that really mattered. When I arrived at my place, I looked at Eri again in that part of the stadium, accompanied by the other heroes. His expression was one of pure joy, and his smile lit up his face. I felt a little lighter to see that I was much happier than before. Well, at least I managed to do something good here, I thought, feeling a warmth in my chest. Now let's start at once, Midnight said energetically, breaking the atmosphere of nervousness that was in the air. The first game will be to rank them, and this year, the first one will be an obstacle course. As she spoke, a giant screen lit up behind her, showing an impressive course full of challenges, walls to climb, traps to evade, and platforms that moved. The murmurs among the students intensified, some excited and others nervous at the prospect of facing a physical challenge that would test their abilities. An obstacle course? I looked at the route behind Midnight and wondered how I was going to meet that challenge. The circular road seemed to be a 1-mile route, where there will be different types of obstacles. Thanks to all my training, I'm not a weak person athletically. I've worked hard to improve my skills, but I also have to remember that I don't have infinite stamina. I'll have to rely on the items Melissa gave me. Those devices could be the key to keeping me on my feet during the race and not falling exhausted before my time. As I approached the grand entrance that marked the starting line, I managed to see a large crowd of students grouping together, their faces reflecting anxieties and expectations. Some were smiling, others were looking determined. The atmosphere was electrifying. Honestly, I don't care if I have to win or prove that I'm some kind of hero. But I have to highlight a bit, since it was part of the deal I made with Melissa. This is for you, 𝗧𝗓𝗍, I thought as the start signal echoed through the air. With each step, I got a little closer to my goal. Start. When I heard the teacher shouting and the whistle signaling the start, everyone immediately started running. However, just before I joined the frenzy, I stopped. The entrance seemed too narrow for a large number of students to move freely. The frustrated cries of my companions echoed through the air. Some were trying to push each other forward, but the space was so small that they felt trapped, like sardines in a can. As I watched the chaos around me, an idea began to form in my mind. I had to use the support items Melissa had given me, and I started thinking about how they could help me. Boots with magnetism might come in handy in some parts of the course, but right now, the key was in the net launcher on my wrist. Despite not having tried it before, I felt it was my best option. Suddenly, I noticed that the entrance was freezing quickly, and the feet of all the students were caught in a layer of ice. He recognized that technique. It was undoubtedly the work of 𝗳𝗪𝗧𝗏 Shoto, the recommending student of the hero's course. With his half-ice quirk, he had managed to create a formidable obstacle. Wasting no time, I jumped up at the wall, using the magnetism of my boots to cling to it. At that moment, I activated the net launcher on my wrist, aiming at the ceiling and firing the resistant thread. I threw myself upwards, avoiding the icy ground and the panic that was unleashed among my companions. When I got to the other side of the entrance, I noticed that there were several students from the hero course using their quirks as they ran down the ice-filled path. Some slid their feet nimbly, dodging obstacles with impressive dexterity, while others simply skated, trying to find their footing. The mix of skills and styles was amazing, I admit. I hope they aren't mediocre heroes, I thought as I continued to advance, my steps firm thanks to the boots. Looking ahead, I saw the tour unfold before me. I couldn't be left behind, so I decided I had to act fast. With adrenaline flowing in my veins, I focused and started running. With the ice under my feet, I was grateful to have the magnetic boots Melissa had given me. Running on that slippery surface wasn't as difficult for me as it was for many of the other students. Let's see what I can do. 000. As the sports festival continued, some members of the HPSC, Hero Public Safety Commission, gathered in an observation room, watching the screens that displayed the event. The atmosphere was charged with comments and criticisms. Does Director Nizu really think it was a good idea to let the Quirkless student, Midoriya Izuku, give the opening speech? Questioned one of them, frowning as he pointed at the screen dash, instead of Bakugo Katsuki, who is clearly the best and has more potential. That decision was absurd. Another member nodded, adding, exactly. Bakugo is the favorite. Everyone expected him to be the one to inspire others, not this. A student of support department, only a kid who doesn't even have a quirk. Who does he think he is to talk about what it means to be a hero? It's nonsense, snapped another, crossing his arms. What he said doesn't make sense. Talking about responsibility and heroism is easy when you're just a kid and don't have a quirk to back up your heroism. How can a child who can't do anything want to highlight what it really means to be a hero? Maybe it was a good speech, interjected a more cautious member, but his reality is very different. Heroes are strong and have exceptional abilities. What can a quirkless person contribute? It's an idealism that has no place in our society. Exactly, one of them retorted with disdain. Bakugo could have given an explosive speech, something that really resonated. Instead, we have Midoriya trying to be the hero of the story when it's clear he doesn't fit the mold. The conversation continued with a cynical tone, reflecting the disparity between what some considered necessary in a hero and what Midoriya truly represented. Meanwhile, on the screens, the young man they were discussing was constantly showcasing his skills, demonstrating agility and speed while using his support gear. Despite the challenges, Izuku was proving that he could exceed expectations with ingenuity and determination. His movements were agile, using the net launchers and his magnetic boots to navigate obstacles, and his strategy was clear. Each time it seemed he would fall or be overtaken, he found a way to get back up and move forward, leaving the spectators, both in the arena and in the observation room, with the sense that they were witnessing something extraordinary. "I admit he's quite skilled for his age," murmured one of the HPSC members, although his words were filled with disbelief. "But what if he miraculously makes it to the final event?" "What the hell are you talking about?" "That's impossible," replied another, laughing scornfully. "But if by some miracle he does, I know what to do to make him lose against the best quirks," he first one said, smirking. They all laughed, knowing what their colleague was planning. The idea that a quirkless student could compete against the best seemed ridiculous, and the superiority they felt was reflected in their laughter. As the cynical comments continued, Izuku, oblivious to the words of the HPSC members, focused on the competition, unaware that they were conspiring to humiliate him. From the stands reserved for professional heroes, Eri watched with admiration the large stadium, its huge screens projecting the images of students running, jumping and dodging obstacles in a competition full of energy and enthusiasm. However, her eyes were fixed on a single figure, her brother, Izuku. "It's great!" Eri exclaimed, her voice barely containing the excitement as she watched Izuku move with agility and precision through the obstacle course. Despite the multitude of participants and the challenges he faced, he moved forward with unwavering determination. Every jump and every turn was a manifestation of the effort he had put into his training. Beside her, several professional heroes looked at her with a smile. Mirko, leaning on the back of her seat with her arms crossed, watched proudly. "He's doing a great job," she said, her tone full of admiration. "That boy has a natural talent for this." Vlad King, staring at the screen, nodded his head, his expression serious but full of approval. "He's determined. He could be a good leader." The hero, Spine, who was sitting near Eri, spoke with his serious but affable tone. "If that kid continues like this, he could go very far in this test." Eri, with a shy smile, couldn't take her eyes off the screens. She felt a warmth in her chest as she watched her brother try so hard, every move of his resonating in her heart. "I'm happy for you, brother," she whispered, more to herself than to others, though her voice was charged with emotion. The heroes around her encouraged her to keep watching. Hawks, with his characteristic nonchalant air, leaned over to her and said with a sincere smile, "Keep watching, little one. Your brother is going to surprise you even more. Just wait and see." Eri nodded excitedly, her eyes shining with hope and excitement. "Yes. I know it will. He's the coolest hero of them all," her voice filled with confidence as she imagined Izuku crossing the finish line with a big smile. Meanwhile, the stadium vibrated with the cheers of the crowd, and Eri felt the atmosphere permeate with energy. She wondered how far her brother would go, what feats he would do to inspire others, and most of all, how much it meant to her to see him fight for his dreams. In his mind, Izuku's image stood up, not only as his brother, but as a true hero who was ready to face any challenge. "Good luck, brother Izuku," Eri shouted, letting out her excitement, as her heart beat in unison with the crowd. The future was shining before them, full of possibilities. 000. I kept running, my pulse racing and my adrenaline still flowing. As I went, I couldn't help but wonder how I got here. Everything that had happened in this race seemed to me a whirlwind of difficult moments and quick decisions. Each obstacle, each challenge, seemed more foolish than the last, and yet he kept moving forward, overcoming each one with a mixture of instinct, strategy, and sheer willpower. The first great challenge had been that damned labyrinth. As soon as I saw it, I knew I would lose time if I tried to go through it like everyone else. I remembered what I had learned from my training. When you can't find your way out of a tricky situation, sometimes the best solution is to change your perspective. So I decided to climb. I used my magnetic boots to climb, gain altitude, and the net launcher to propel myself up the walls. From above, the maze seemed much less intimidating, and I found my way without wasting any time. Then came the precipice, the most dangerous of all obstacles so far. An immense void opened up in front of us, with cables hanging over the abyss like a death trap. Some tried to get around it, even if it meant wasting a little more time, while others hesitated to cross through the cables. I knew I couldn't afford to hesitate, so I pulled the net shooters out of my wrists again, feeling the rope tighten as it adhered to the other side, and crossed the cliff after swinging a few times. They've definitely helped me a lot, I thought, referring to Melissa's artifacts. Without her ingenuity and without the tools she had provided me, this path would have been much more complicated even for me. I must admit, but it wasn't over yet. I had learned not to trust myself. At any moment something even worse could appear. As I ran down the trail, my mind was focused on the next challenge. Suddenly I came to the last hurdle, a minefield. It was a fearsome terrain that mainly slowed down the leaders of the race. He knew this because he could see some students receiving explosions that, while not lethal, created large clouds of smoke and disorientation. It was a chaotic scene, and he could hear the screams and murmurs of the crowd in the stands, adding pressure to the already intense competition. Looking around, I noticed how some of the competitors were trying to use their quirks to overcome this challenge. Some moved quickly, trying to dodge explosions, while others tried to spot the mines with a variety of skills, from the use of sound waves to extrasensory perception techniques. It was evident that strategy and agility were crucial in this part of the race. I took a deep breath, feeling the adrenaline run through me. Analyzing my options, I noticed that there were no tall structures nearby to swing into, which meant I couldn't opt for an overpass. Although my speed was good, I knew that at some point I would reach the limit of my endurance. One misstep could make me fall into the trap. The minefield stretched out before me, and smoke explosions came out as warnings. He needed to be clever and find a strategy. I watched as some of the students tried to advance, using their quirks in ingenious ways, but I couldn't depend on something I didn't have. I had to rely on my own resources to win this. If I achieved first place, this would lead to the inventions that Melissa provided me, capturing the attention of the viewers, and I would fulfill my part of the bargain. And maybe, with the money she earns, she could take Eri to eat at a fancy restaurant with food she'll like so much. I don't know, you have to see. The thought of seeing his face lit up when tasting a delicious dish filled me with energy and determination. Leading Bakugo and Todoroki. Present Mike shout, but don't pay attention to any of that. I soon realized the number of mines that stretched out in front of me, each one posing a danger that could stop me in my tracks. But then, a spark of inspiration lit up my mind. I could use the pushing force of the explosions of various mines to propel me forward. It was a risky plan, but it was my only option to win this. Carefully, I began digging into the ground to dig up the mines. My breathing became slow and controlled. I knew that any mistake would mean the end of my career, and maybe worse. Touching them sideways was the key. I felt the structure under my fingers, anticipating the right moment to release its energy without suffering the consequences. I needed at least 10 explosions to achieve my plan, and every second counted. In the background, I could hear the murmurs of the crowd. Some were screaming that I was crazy, others were just watching in amazement, but their voices were a distant noise that I couldn't allow myself to hear completely. My focus was on the mines, on every precise move that would take me one step closer to the goal. When I finally realized that I already had what it takes, I decided to activate another of Melissa's inventions, the gauntlets. With a determined movement, I clenched my fists and instantly, medium energy shields emerged from my arms. Joining my two arms, I formed a larger shield, a glowing barrier that reflected the sunlight. Without wasting any time, I prepared myself and struck with the shield the mines I had gathered. The impact was much more explosive than I expected. The mines exploded in a series of flashes of the shock wave each mine, pushing me in the direction I needed. It was a good idea to find the right angle for that. As I made my way across the sky, the crowd erupted in cheers and shouts of surprise created a chaotic symphony, but in my mind everything was calm as I flew and propelled myself through the skies. I heard the occasional scream behind me, maybe from my fellow fighters, but I remained focused. Adrenaline kept flowing through my veins, keeping me alert as I descended, visualizing every detail of the terrain. As I got closer to the ground, I prepared my next move. With my eyes fixed on the ground, I activated a shield on my right arm, feeling the energy vibrate on my skin. With my right wrist, I aimed at the ground and activated the net launcher. The net shot accurately, making sure to catch on a solid surface. When the net tightened, I used it to propel myself to the ground. When I was close to the ground, I used the shield to mitigate the impact. Although the blow was a bit painful, I managed to pull myself together quickly, my body still moving. The excitement of being so close to the finish gave me a new impetus. As I saw the entrance that marked the finish line, a wave of determination went through me. It was time to give it my all. Once again, I aimed my net launcher at the nearby wall, feeling the mechanism respond to my commands. I pulled hard at the net, propelling myself forward, like a projectile fired from a cannon. My body darted toward the goal, the wind whistling around me. The adrenaline filled me, and the excitement was palpable. As I crossed the threshold of the door, a roar of cheers and applause erupted around me, as if the entire crowd had exhaled in unison, celebrating my arrival. It was a mixture of euphoria and disbelief. I couldn't believe I had made it. The giant screen of the stadium showed my figure, highlighting the intensity of the moment. The cameras focused on my face, and in that instant, I saw the expressions of surprise and admiration on the faces of the spectators. Midoriya Izuku is the first to arrive. Present Mike shouted, his voice echoing through the stadium. I felt the momentum of victory fill me. I had overcome obstacles that seemed impossible, and all thanks to my wits and Melissa's tools. As I recovered from the effort, I turned to look at the crowd. The cheers and euphoria of the spectators surrounded me like a blanket, but, really, their ovations and joy did not matter to me at this moment. Instead, my eyes fell on the section where Eri was. Watching her, I realized that she was much happier than ever. Her illuminated face reflected pure happiness as she smiled and jumped at the sight of me. That simple image of her joy filled my heart with warmth and satisfaction. I didn't need more than that to understand that all the effort had been worth it. So, seeing her, I couldn't help but smile too. It was a small moment, but for me it meant the world. In an instant, all the sacrifices, sweat, and pressure of the challenge vanished, and only the happiness we shared remained. I had managed not only to cross the finish line, but also to make her proud, and that was the most important thing. Good, they're coming one after another, shouted the radio hero. Present Mike expectantly, we'll make a list of the results then. For now, good job everyone. With those words ringing in my ears, I took a moment to catch my breath and enjoy the excitement of the moment. As the crowd continued to cheer, I looked down at the track, where the other competitors continued to cross the finish line, each with their own style and skills. Suddenly, I heard a voice calling me, "Excuse me." I turned and saw a brown-haired girl, her cheeks flushed from the effort. It seemed like she'd been running around a lot, but she still walked over with a nervous smile. "Midoriya, hello, she began, trying to catch her breath. "Student of the hero course, 1A, Uraraka Ochako." I replied without further ado to this hero course student. "Yes, I know who you are. What do you want?" She smiled, although she looked a little unsure. "I just wanted to say that. Thank you so much for saving me." My mind went blank for a moment. I didn't remember doing anything like that. I don't even remember talking to this girl, so I replied with confusion, "Save you? You must have made the wrong person." Her expression lit up with the memory. "No, I remember you. During the entrance exam, I was trapped in the rubble. I was so scared and I couldn't get out of there, and a giant robot was coming over. But you came and, thanks to you, I was able to get out of there. Without you, I don't know what would have happened." I think I remember what you're talking about. I had seen that girl trapped under the rubble and I couldn't bear to stand idly by while other competitors passed by, like idiots. Although I didn't understand why she thanked me, if I had only done what I thought was right, I replied, "Oh, I see. You don't have to thank me for that." She shook her head firmly. "No, I wanna also thank you for your advice. I asked and they told me that you were the one who made them. Thanks to what you shared with me, I managed to improve." This girl's smile, her energy and appreciation, was not something I was really looking for. I was just doing my job. Like I said, "You don't have to thank me," I muttered, feeling a little uncomfortable with the attention. It wasn't anything special. I decided it was better to end the conversation here. "Still, thank you, Midoriya," she answered with a warmth that made me doubt. Her sincerity made me feel a little lighter. Confused, I didn't really know what to think now. Although I didn't have much time to do it either. The first game of the first-year stage is over. Midnight exclaimed with her usual energy, capturing everyone's attention. "Now, look at the results." My eyes quickly drifted to the large screen that lit up with the names of the competitors. As the names appeared, I noticed that I had won over most of the students in the hero course. Most of them had also advanced to the second stage, though I couldn't help but think that some had relied too much on their quirks without really considering more effective strategies. To me, that was inefficient. They had relied on their raw power, but on the road to being heroes, it wasn't just about strength. Strategy and ingenuity were just as important. As I pondered this, the crowd was still excited, but I remained silent, watching the screen intently. Among the names that stood out, I noticed that my fellow support department, Hatume, had also made it into the 42 students advancing to the next stage. Her ingenuity and inventions had definitely helped her overcome many, but thinking about the rest of the support department, I felt a small twinge of grief. They hadn't been as lucky, and while they weren't expected to excel in combat trials like this, I couldn't help but feel that they deserved more recognition for all they brought to the table behind the scenes. Well, at least May and I made it, I thought with a slight sigh. However, I couldn't afford to relax too much. The next stage would be even more challenging, and I needed to be prepared. Everyone did an impressive job in this round. Midnight exclaimed, her smile shining as the crowd chanted excitedly, but unfortunately, not everyone will be able to advance to the next stage. Don't worry. There will be more opportunities to shine at future events. As she spoke, she turned to the large screen behind her and, with a dramatic gesture, pointed to the digital board. "Now it's time to see what the next game will be," she announced excitedly. The lights on the screen flickered, showing a number of possible tests before stopping at one in particular. A brilliant title appeared in big, bold letters. Cavalry Battle. The crowd erupted in cheers as Midnight continued to explain the rules, which consisted of forming teams of 2 or more people, trusting others and defending your points while attacking. Basically the rules of an ordinary game of chivalry. The only difference in this test was the distribution of points. Depending on the outcome of the last game, each student will be assigned a score. Midnight explained with a touch of drama. Points are assigned by finishing position. 5 points for the last, 10, 15, and so on, until you reach the first, who has the amount of 10,000 points. The impact of those words resonated in my mind like a hammer blow. I immediately felt the stares of all the students riveting on me. It was not only the fact of having the most points to steal, but also the biggest problem. I had to team up with people I don't know. I'm screwed, I thought as I looked around, seeing how some were already starting to whisper and plan their moves. In the meantime, I knew I would have to do something quickly, or I would find myself alone in this battle, which would be a total disaster. As I began to analyze my options, a voice pulled me out of my thoughts. "Midoriya." I turned to see who it was and, to my surprise, it was the girl from before, Uraraka. What was she doing here? She didn't understand why she was approaching, but before I could ask her, she smiled and said firmly, "Let's team up," Uraraka said firmly, her smile sincere and full of confidence. I was silent for a moment, processing her words. Why would anyone want to join me, knowing that I am the main target? The amount of points I had made me the biggest target of the competition. Are you sure? I asked, still incredulous. I trust you, Midoriya. Besides, we're friends, aren't we? She repeated with a determination that threw me off. Her smile was genuine, and somehow, I felt more confused. How long have we been friends? My mind tried to remember some key moment that I didn't remember, but perhaps, for her, the camaraderie we had shared in this moment was enough. Although I wasn't entirely convinced, my options were limited. I needed allies, and fast. Okay, let's team up, I said while nodding slightly. Just then, a familiar voice burst onto the scene. Green. It was 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗃, who jumped up and down with overflowing energy. Uraraka looked at her in surprise, saying that she was that strange girl she had met earlier during the tests. But, as was her custom, Mei completely ignored her and addressed me directly as, if no one else existed. I knew you'd stand out because of those babies Shield lent you, she exclaimed excitedly, taking a series of artifacts from her backpack. You caught everyone's attention. And if I team up with you, my babies will shine in the eye of all companies too, she added, showing a bunch of gadgets she had been preparing with a proud smile. I thought for a moment, while Mei was still excitedly talking about the functionality of her inventions. She was right about something. Her devices could give me a significant advantage in this competition, more so if I combined them with the ones I had. And while her enthusiasm was chaotic, her talent was undeniable. Do you accept? She asked with her eyes shining with excitement. I looked at myself, considering my options. With Uraraka by my side, her confidence in me was already amazing, and Mei, with her technology, could be the key to overcoming the disadvantages that points placed on me. It's okay. I accept, I finally answered with a slight smile. With Mei and Uraraka by my side, I was starting to feel more confident. However, we were still missing one last member to complete the team. I looked around, seeing how all the other students were already finishing forming their groups. The options were starting to run out quickly, and we needed someone else before it was too late. My mind raced as I searched for someone who could fit in. That's when I saw someone in the background, standing alone, watching the scene in silence. He didn't have a team yet, and he seemed to be the perfect fit for us. Without wasting any more time, I quickly approached him and touched his shoulder to get his attention. I propose a deal. You agree to be part of my team, and I will do everything possible for you to win, I said in a direct tone, hoping that he would accept. What do you say, student of the hero course, 1A, 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗃? 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗃 slowly turned, his deep, dark eyes staring at me with a neutral expression. For a few seconds, he said nothing, but I could tell that something in my proposal piqued his interest. His eyes flashed slightly, perhaps out of curiosity or because he was considering the possibilities. What's your plan? 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗃 asked. First, we should talk to the rest of the group, I replied, pointing to Uraraka and 𝗧𝗵𝗃, who were waiting for us a little further away. We need to be all together before the second game starts. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 nodded, meaning that he agreed to be part of the team, and we both headed towards the girls, the pressure starting to increase with each passing second. We only had 5 minutes before time ran out for the preparation of the next challenge. When we arrived, there wasn't much time to introduce ourselves together, so I started explaining the plan. So, my quirk is... I interrupted Uraraka. You don't have to explain, I already know their quirks, as well as their weaknesses, so I'll start with the plan. Everyone nodded again, paying attention as I detailed the plan. I felt the pressure building up, but I couldn't let it get to me. The key was to stay clear and direct. As we are the team that will receive the most attacks from the other teams, we must be one step ahead. First, we need to establish roles. 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗃, your quirk, Dark Shadow, will be crucial to protect us from attacks in blind spots. It's our best defense against ganks, but there's a weak point. If you're facing opponents who use light or fire-based quirks, Dark Shadow will be weakened. 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗃 nodded, understanding the risk. For that, we have one of Mei's support items, this netting gun. If you find yourself in a situation where Dark Shadow can't act, use the pistol to immobilize enemies. I handed him the net gun and saw 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗃's serious expression, aware of his role in the team. Got it. I will be alert to these threats, he said firmly, making it clear that he did not underestimate the responsibility. Perfect. Now, Uraraka, your quirk will be key for us to move quickly, without needing to worry about the weight of the support items. For example, Mei has this jet backpack, and these boots that can levitate for a period of time, preventing them from taking fall damage. Uraraka's eyes lit up as she heard how she could contribute. That sounds amazing, she said enthusiastically. I will be able to lighten things up and keep moving without being weighed down by the equipment. Mei chimed in excitedly, as if she were presenting her latest creations. Exactly. These boots can levitate for a limited time, which will be perfect for preventing damage in the event of falls or sudden impacts. The jetpack will allow them to move quickly around the field, whether it's dodging attacks or escaping compromising situations in seconds. I could see how the team was starting to fit perfectly into their respective roles. Each understood their role and how to contribute to the team's success. Good, I continued, looking at everyone. I will use the rocket pack, and I will warn them so that they can hold on and not fall. Now you follow 𝗧𝗵𝗲. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, always proud of her creations, smiled broadly. My babies will not fail you, she exclaimed with contagious energy. I'm counting on that, I replied, keeping my focus, but we can't rely on gadgets alone. We also have to make use of your quirk, Zoom. You will be able to see the movements of enemy teams from afar and alert us to any changes in strategy or possible threats that are approaching. 𝗧𝗵𝗲's eyes lit up at the idea, showing her trademark excitement for every aspect that involved technology or analysis. Of course. With my quirk I will be able to make an accurate analysis of the terrain, detect faults in your equipment, and predict your movements. I'll have an eye on every corner. That's exactly what we need, I told her. If we combine your analytical skills with the agile movements provided by Uraraka and Tokoyami's defense, we will have a considerable tactical advantage. The entire team nodded without objection, accepting the strategy with confidence. Perfect. Now, I'll be in charge of protecting the ribbon from the 10,000 stitches I'll be carrying on my head, I continued, raising my hand to point to the gauntlets on my arms. Thanks to the shields built into these gauntlets, I will be able to defend ourselves from direct attacks, and I will use the net launchers to try to steal the tapes from the other teams. Uraraka smiled determinedly. Then all we have to do is avoid getting hit while we move fast and steal tapes? Exactly, I replied, feeling the plan form completely in my head. The key will be to keep moving constantly. We cannot stay in one place. If we do, they will surround us and attack us from all angles. Tokoyami, with his usual calm demeanor, added, Dark Shadow will be our first shield against any surprise attacks. I will protect the rear, so don't worry about sneak attacks. Finally, 𝗧𝗵𝗲, still brimming with enthusiasm, intervened, and in the meantime, my babies and I will make sure that nothing and no one gets close without us seeing them. Exactly, I replied, satisfied with his disposition. Remember, everyone will go after us because of the large amount of points we have. But if we follow the plan and support each other, we will have the advantage. The team was ready. Everything was in place. The second game was going to begin, and now it was up to us to carry out the strategy. With the plan completely outlined, only the execution remained. Everyone on the team seemed willing and focused, ready for the challenge that was about to begin. I was feeling the weight of expectations, but with the strategy we had put together, I knew we would have a good chance to excel, even with all the teams gunning for us. Time is up, students. Let the second game begin, Midnight exclaimed, her voice echoing throughout the stadium. As the tension in the air rose, I looked at my teammates one last time before the test began. Remember the plan, let's work together and we can do it, I told them with determination. The second game had just begun, and we were more than ready. 0-0-0. In the elegant room of the HPSC, the silence became oppressive as the high-ranking members continued to watch Midoriya and her team. The screens showed every detail of the UA Sports Festival, focusing on how Izuku, the boy many had underestimated, led his team with a precision and skill that seemed almost impossible for someone who, until recently, had been considered quirkless. The middle-aged man who had been watching with a frown gently tapped his fingers on the table, an unsettling gesture that denoted his growing frustration, It doesn't make sense. A simple brat without a quirk, even if he uses support items, should not be able to stand out so much in an event of this magnitude. What the hell is going on? The woman next to him, who had muttered earlier, nodded slowly, not taking her eyes off the screen. If this guy keeps it up, it could change the public perception of the Quirkless and those who don't own a great Quirks. And that's a problem. If those individuals begin to believe that they can compete with the most powerful quirk holders, our system could begin to undergo changes that do not suit us. The old officer, wearing glasses and an air of authority, let out a heavy sigh. It's more than just a matter of image. If someone without a quirk manages to excel in this way, with a combination of intelligence, dexterity, and supporting items, then what's the point of what our society means today? It's a threat to everything we've built. The tension grew even more when Izuku, on the screen, stole another tape with a well-executed maneuver with the help of his net launchers. The other teams seemed to be at a disadvantage in the face of Midoriya's calculated tactics and his team's efficient cooperation. 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗃, with his arsenal of tech babies, Uraraka with his gravitational quirk, and 𝗳𝗃𝗄𝗵𝗃 with Dark Shadow, made a perfectly balanced team, but it was Izuku who had managed to put all those pieces together, and I made them stand out. Another officer, who had been silent up to that point, finally broke the silence with a raspy and somber voice. If this goes on like this, it will end in total disaster. Look at him, there's 5 minutes left in the game, and he's still got that 10-point tape. The middle-aged man nodded, his eyes fixed on the screen as Midoriya once again dodged an attack and continued with his strategy. Yes. This cannot continue. But don't worry, I've already made a call to the UA. Let's see what this brat does against 4 of the best quirks of this generation. The atmosphere grew colder and more calculating, as the HPSC top brass laughed at what was to happen next. With this Quirkless, out of the dump, Midoriya Izuku. 000. This really was the worst possible scenario, being surrounded by several teams, with each of them preparing an imminent attack. I could see their gazes shining with determination, and the sound of their footsteps echoed around us like an ominous omen. This is not good. They're all here to take the ribbons from us, Uraraka muttered, his expression worried as he surveyed the surroundings. Adrenaline was coursing through his veins, and the weight of the impending danger was almost overwhelming. 𝗳𝗃𝗄𝗵𝗃 stood his ground, his dark shadow spreading around him, a comforting presence in the midst of the chaos. We must remain calm. Dark Shadow can help protect us if they try to attack. 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗲, always full of energy, adjusted her boots excitedly. We will take advantage of each of my gadgets. My babies will keep us safe. Feeling the pressure build up, I took a deep breath and said, remember what we planned. We must work together and use our skills to the fullest. We can get out of this. The tension was palpable in the air, and just when it seemed that the situation was becoming critical, a resounding sound filled the space. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃's voice cut through the bustle of the festival. Time is up. Immediate relief came over our team. The other groups stopped, some looking confused, others visibly frustrated. I think someone was screaming with their heads on the ground. The threat of an imminent attack vanished in an instant. We did it. We are safe. Uraraka exclaimed, letting out a smile of relief. 𝗳𝗃𝗄𝗵𝗃, though relieved, kept his serious gaze. But this is only the beginning. We must prepare for whatever comes. It's true, still, thank you for cooperating, I added, feeling the weight of the challenge fade even though I knew there was still a lot to do. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 raised his hand excitedly. I want to show you some of my new inventions for the next round. They could be very useful. I was grateful to have such capable teammates by my side, and now, with the second game over, there was only the last challenge left. Adrenaline kept running through my veins as I watched the other teams, each showing off their own accomplishments and talents. Present Mike, with his usual energy, took the microphone and announced, now, let's look at the top 4 teams. The place was filled with murmurs of anticipation as teams were called in one by one. The atmosphere was charged with emotion and tension. The names of the advancing teams rang in my ears, and every time one was mentioned, I felt the pressure mount. First, Midoriya's team. Present Mike shouted, and a deafening cheer erupted from the audience. I felt my heart pounding in my chest as I looked at my classmates. all sharing the same mix of surprise and joy. Second, Todoroki's team. The crowd responded with applause and cheers, acknowledging the talented students. Third, Bakugo's team. The reactions intensified, and I couldn't help but notice the growing annoyance in me upon hearing that name. And fourth, Shinso's team. Amazing! Present Mike continued, his voice echoing with excitement. The audience's gazes focused on us, the team that had managed to exceed expectations. However, as the celebration erupted around us, I couldn't help but feel a slight unease starting to settle in me, or so I think. These 4 teams will move on to the final round, Present Mike exclaimed. Now, before we begin, let's take an hour to rest, take advantage of it, and go to lunch. The announcement was a relief to everyone. The team felt relaxed at receiving that hour of rest, a necessary respite before the final battle. Tokoyami and Uraraka excitedly looked at each other before turning to me. Let's go have lunch, Midoriya, Uraraka said, smiling. Would you like to come with us? Tokoyami nodded, his voice deep and serene. Yes, it would be nice to take a break and enjoy the food. Also, we should eat something before the final battle. Even though his invitation made me feel a little appreciated and taken into account, I shook my head with a kind smile. Thanks, but I'd rather stay here, go over some strategies, and go see my little sister who's waiting for me upstairs. Plus I already brought my lunch. Okay, but don't push yourself too hard. Remember that you need to rest too. Uraraka insisted, worried. As they walked away, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 stayed behind, completely focused on her damaged gadgets. Her face was scrunched up in a grimace of concentration as she worked on a contraption, attentive to every detail. Hey, 𝗧𝗵𝗲, don't you think you should go get something to eat too? I asked, approaching her. No. My babies need to be in perfect condition for the last game. Just give me a moment, I replied, not taking my eyes off her tools. I opted to leave her alone, acknowledging that her passion for her inventions was unwavering. After all, her work could make the difference in the last game. So I made my way to the upstairs facility, where I knew Eri would be waiting for me. The thought of Eri waiting filled me with a warmth that prompted me to walk faster. I decided it was a good idea to pack both of our lunches into a special container I had prepared to keep it from getting cold. I didn't want to keep her waiting after all. However, suddenly, someone stood in my way. It was the student of hero course, admitted by recommendation, 1A, Todoroki Shoto. With his cold and firm gaze, "Come with me, I want to talk to you," he said, his tone devoid of emotion, with an intensity in his voice, similar to anger. "No. It will be another time," I answered, trying to avoid a confrontation. I was in a hurry, and I was not in the mood for unnecessary chatter. However, instead of accepting my refusal, Todoroki used his ice half to create a small wall that hindered my path. Seeing the wall, I stopped, feeling the tension in the air. "I heard Uraraka say that you were responsible for those quirk analyses that came to our classroom. In other words, you were the cause of my defeat," he said, his gaze fixed on me, waiting for a reaction. I raised an eyebrow, feeling far from intimidated. Instead, I decided to make use of one of the attributes of my gloves. Not only were these support tools, but they could also channel the energy of the shields to increase my strength. With a swift movement, I struck the ice wall with all the power I could muster. The ice shattered with a crash, and splinters flew in all directions. I glared at Todoroki, making it clear that I was not willing to give in to his provocations. "I told you, another time," I replied firmly, feeling the adrenaline rushing through my veins. As I walked away, I noticed the surprise on his face, but I didn't stop to analyze it. I had to focus on what mattered, and that was getting to Eri. I continued on my way to the facility, feeling that brief confrontation had only intensified a part of my anger towards those abusive idiots who like to use their quirks to impose their will. However, I wasn't going to let anything or anyone distract me from what really mattered to me at that moment: having lunch with my sister. The facilities were in sight, and the thought of seeing Eri smiling drove me forward. Each step brought me closer to her contagious laugh, to her innocence that brightened up even the darkest of days. I imagined us sitting together, enjoying the food I had prepared with such care, talking and sharing a moment that we both needed. When I finally arrived, I saw Eri sitting at a table, her eyes shining at the sight of me, and her face lighting up with a smile. The world around me faded away for an instant. Everything that had happened before that moment seemed irrelevant. "Izuku!" she shouted, standing up excitedly, "I was waiting for you." I took out the container with lunch, which I had brought first, and saw her approach with a look full of joy. "Look, I cooked your favorite dish," I said as I offered her the food. Her eyes sparkled as she took the bowl with both hands. "It looks delicious." "Thank you, bro." "You're welcome," I replied, feeling a warmth in my chest at seeing her so happy. Here, with Eri, the weight of the world felt a little lighter. There was no room for worries or conflicts. There was only room for affection and mutual support. Before eating, I instructed Eri to wash her hands, and to my good fortune, there was a personal bathroom in this room. Once she came back and dried herself, we began to eat. The tension of the competition faded away, and I realized that no matter what happened in the final round, the time I spent with Eri was what really mattered. Eri looked at the bowl excitedly, then looked at me with shining eyes. "I saw everything you did. You were amazing. You won so many ribbons. It was exciting." His joyful laughter filled the room. I couldn't help but smile at her excitement. Her happiness was contagious. "I'm glad you enjoyed it, Eri. The team put in a great effort, and I'm so proud of everything we accomplished." "You're the best, bro," she exclaimed, her eyes shining with admiration. I blushed a little at her praise. As we continued our meal, sharing stories and laughter, I knew that true success wasn't just measured in ribbons or positions, but in moments like this, when I could see Eri happy and feeling safe. "Did you like being accompanied by various heroes?" I asked, interested in knowing what her experience had been like. Eri nodded enthusiastically, her eyes shining. "It was great. Everyone was so kind to me." Her face lit up as she recalled each moment. "They made me feel special too. They made me laugh a lot and told me about their own adventures. I can't wait to tell my friends about them." I was overjoyed to hear how happy she was. "I'm glad they treated you well. It's the least they could do." "And you too, you're the best brother," Eri said, smiling widely. "I feel lucky to have you." "I feel lucky to have you too," I answered sincerely, feeling a warmth in my heart. In those moments, worries about the competition and the stress of the festival seemed to fade away, leaving only the happiness of being together. As we finished eating, I realized that there was nothing more precious than those simple moments, where all that mattered was Eri's well-being. 000. Midnight's voice echoed throughout the venue, capturing everyone's attention, students and spectators. This is the matchmaking based on the results of the tournament. In these upcoming battles, it will be 1v1 inch. The stadium was filled with murmurs and excitement as the giant screen projected the matchups of the first round of eliminations. The students watched intently, knowing that each of those bouts would be crucial, not only to advance, but to demonstrate what they had learned so far on their way to becoming professional heroes. The pairing was as follows. First elimination round. Bakugo Katsuki vs Kaminari Denki. An explosion of power and electricity. Everyone knew that Bakugo would not hold back and Kaminari would have to be very cunning if he wanted to stand a chance. Kirishima Ijiro vs 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 clash of endurance and determination promised to be an unforgettable fight. Aoyama Yuga versus Ishido Mina. Aoyama with his bright laser would face Mina's agility and acid. A combat between grace and chaos. Uraraka Ochiko versus Hatume. Uraraka with its zero gravity against Hatume and his arsenal of gadgets. This combat would be as technical as it would be strategic. Shinso Hitoshi versus Shizuki Ibara. Shinso with his mind control quirk against the nun Ibara and his power to manipulate vines. Here, the mind and faith would meet. Todoroki Shoto versus Zero Hanta. Todoroki with his power of ice and fire in front of Zero and his adhesive. This confrontation promised to be fast and exciting. Ida Tenya versus Tokoyami Fumikichi. Ida's speed against the darkness of Tokoyami's quirk, Dark Shadow. A battle that would be a test of speed and control. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 versus Midoriya Izuku. 𝗧𝗵𝗲's intellect and ability to create against Midoriya's strategy and prowess. A confrontation between two brilliant minds. The students exchanged tense and excited glances. They knew that these bouts would define their position in the competition, and each of them had something to prove. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, Izuku repeated in his mind, knowing that he was facing one of the smartest and most strategic students in that class of the hero course. He remembers reading her file. Momo was not only able to create any object she needed, but she always had a tactical solution for any situation. That meant he couldn't rely on a simple plan. He would have to be ingenious and anticipate their movements. Midoriya Izuku. For her part, Momo watched Midoriya with a mix of respect and concern. Although she didn't know him well, as he was part of the support department, and she had never seen the true extent of his quirk, not yet shown, which put her at a clear disadvantage. She knew he was a formidable strategist. After all, she remembered those quirk analyses he had distributed among his companions, revealing ways to make the most of their abilities. Some of those approaches would never have occurred to her. If anyone has a plan for any unforeseen event, it's him, she thought. They were both aware that this fight would not just be a test of power, but a battle of wits. Momo, determined not to underestimate her opponent, began to formulate a series of plans in her mind. She knew that she could not rely on her quirk alone, but would have to foresee every possible strategy of Midoriya. If I don't know what he'll do, then I must be prepared for everything, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 thought. Midoriya, for his part, was concentrating on how to use the skills from the training he was subjected to, his support items, before the key moment. Both were ready for the confrontation, each aware of the other's intelligence, and they knew that the first step in this battle would be crucial. Present Mike exclaimed through the microphone, "All right, let's start with the recreational activities that the sports festival offers first.